Okay, we're back with more Warframe several months later, as I said at the end of the last episode. Each time we play this game on Subblock, there's a few subscribers supporting Warframe right now, so we'll be seeing it a little bit more frequently at about 4 or 5 hour sessions. But each time it shows up, it makes the cost to vote for the game cheaper, and as it becomes cheaper to vote for it, eventually it will win the vote, and then we'll just play it once a week until we get to that 100-hour mark in the story. I reviewed my notes from last episode. I think I'm mostly caught up as to what to do next. I'm going to double check the stuff that I've got crafting right now, and then I guess I'm going to go try to do a couple missions to get my sea legs back for this game. This hex shotgun was one of the things, and this bow was the other thing, so I guess I'll claim both of those. The plan is to switch to those once I max out my shotgun and my hammer.
I believe in you all.
Not enough space in inventory. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll buy some weapon slots. That's fine. I've got 183 of those. I'll come back to this. It's going to be such a long time between now and the next episode that it doesn't really matter if I start something crafting now because we won't see it till next time. So I'll try to scroll through this a couple times, but if you're savvy to Warframe and you see an item on here that you think would be interesting for me to try out that I don't already have, I'm open to suggestions as to what I should research. But yeah, we'll try out the heck, and we'll try out the bow after the current shotgun and hammer are maxed out, which I think is pretty soon. The Misto was the level that I gotta do, though I don't know that an assassination mission is the best one to start on. Left myself some notes. Hijack missions are the payload missions. Interceptor's bad. Capture's great. Maybe I can just pick a random capture if I can find one. No, let's try to do this one since it unlocks a new path anyway, just to try to remind myself how to play this game. Yeah, once I eventually use the heck. Sure. So the audio balance seems a little quiet in the equalizer. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet when we actually get into a mission here. It's hard to tell without the sounds of gunfire, right?
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
I think I had... yeah, mouse keys for doing the movements. Okay. We're going to try this new method of spreading goop to things, which is to use the 1, 3, and then shoot. I feel like I still need more energy for that to be particularly effective, but...
Scans indicate our target is in the
oh,
vicinity.
I'm going to fall, aren't I? At least it doesn't kill you. Oh, cool, dude, bud. Okay, I think I'm gonna max this shotgun soon. I'm at 29, right? 30 is the max level for equipment.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
Whoa. Too hard there. I'm gonna fall! Ah! Oh shit. Well, I meant to actually fall further. I hope this sends me all the way to the top. Oh, that's bad. This is an elevator, maybe? No, I don't know what that was, actually. I can do a thing where I can, like, crouch and then jump really high, right? But not too high, I guess. Huh. I don't know if I can get back up there, to be honest. I've never been in this map, I don't think. Can I climb stuff? Shit.
Heavy robotic signature detected. Lock and load.
Okay, I'm able to climb that, gotcha. Technically wall jump indefinitely, right? You say that.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
I'm fucked up again. Trying to focus on using the shotgun so that it levels up, although I've mostly been using the hammer in earlier parts of the game. Kill with a melee weapon looks like it's one of my tasks for today, so I'll try to do more of that, I guess. How's the audio balance right now, by the way? Can you hear me okay over the game, even with all the gunfire and stuff? That's not gonna happen, is it? May as well just fall. Fall on that lower platform. I feel like sometimes I'm able to like get a ton of speed for flying across a gap like this. Sometimes I really struggle with it for whatever reason. Okay, thanks for confirming, I appreciate it. Shields come back here. Slide jumping is what gives you speed. Not roll. Okay, thank you. Let's try it here. So I don't know if that's gonna... if I'm gonna make it with that. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Maybe I have to bounce off of some other things on my way down in order to make it over there. Yeah, I still am not the best at the mobility in this game. Okay, I haven't noticed that sometimes your like right-click aim decays over time, so you can't float indefinitely. I guess there's supposed to be those scratch marks on the wall here to indicate that I can do this, right? Okay, that makes more sense. It's going better. So I wish that I could see a bubble of the infection radius of my abilities once I threw a 1 on somebody. I guess you just get a feel for it over time, but... using the 1 plus the 3 definitely feels a lot better. I think I picked Saturn a little bit too early as a frame to learn, though, because I think she's probably way more fun if you have a ton of energy regen. Just general energy generation. Okay. I think I remember the basics of combat-ish. Trick mag. Close to maxing the shotgun. But not quite there.
inbox messages await the operator. I wonder what they
Lotus.
say.
Nines. Oh, is this the 9th anniversary thing?
The next world press close on these late night streamers. Nora does. She feels the presence.
I think I need to do Callisto. I think I just need Themisto, right? Yeah.
You have loyal.
Assassination contracts are not to be taken
Oh, really?
lightly.
Maybe we should check the marketplace for that.
Will have a
Okay.
significant impact
Good
on
call.
enemy forces. Search the area. Leave no survivors. The
Yeah,
Zanuka
I'm
prototype
probably gonna
has
have to
made
buy a
Alan
new
V very
Warframe
dangerous
soon,
man.
because
If
I
he's
think
allowed to
I'm
carry out his plans, no Tenno in the system will be safe.
close to maxed
Oh,
out.
have you come to make a donation to my newest enterprise? Excellent. Please report to my lab for reconstruction.
So I don't know if there are certain weapons that are better with certain frames. It seems like Saren's ability is weapon agnostic for the most part. Although maybe something that has lots of little shots is better since it can spread her goop better. Yeah, that seems to be a pretty common refrain from people who play a shitload of Warframe.
Oh, if it's your friends you're looking for, you're welcome to place a bid for my newest Zanuka prototype.
Alad V sees the power of the Tenno and thinks he can take it for himself.
Not
That
hack
power
these yet.
is sacred.
Here we go.
This blasphemy must end now. Walkers incoming.
Walkers, you say?
How to memorize the location of the nearest fire exit. You have loyalty issues, Tenno. My Zanuka project will fix that for you. Oh, I've been looking all over for you, Tenno.
Blueprints are all credits.
Let me show you my new venture.
I see.
I think you'd be a perfect fit.
That's new. So, it's a
Target
dog.
spotted. Stay sharp. This one is a handful.
Market forces dictate that you need to evolve or die.
Question is it actually going to be a boss? We learned last time that a gray health bar is an invulnerable enemy, is that right? It's a pretty robust shield.
Now play nice, Tenno.
Alright, got it. Wasn't so bad.
Target down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
Now, there's no reason to fight anything after completing the mission, I think. Unless if it's, like, stopping me from getting out of the level. Otherwise, that was a hole. think I did everything else for the Saturn Junction, so we'll be able to unlock that right away, which is nice.
They won't be bothering us anymore.
Savior of Jupiter.
Let's get out of here.
Sure. Strun still isn't max. It might be a couple more missions before that happens. My notes were I haven't really done too much on Europa. And obviously we haven't done anything on Saturn because I'm about to unlock it, so I'll probably do that here in a second.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
Actions have consequences. Saturn Junction time. Yay. Also, I guess I should see if I have a mastery mission. Those are both time-gated and gated by, like, total level or something, right? Like, I can't just do it if it's been 4 months since I played Warframe last. I also have to have a certain amount of XP before I'm allowed in. Sounds like a really cool thing to say. Oh wow. That's the most quickly I've been wrecked by one of these junction bosses. It's actually kind of exciting. I hate that I'm always able to just walk in here and own them without really having to learn or pay attention. Oh, well, never mind. I did still die at least. That was nice. Hey, Liz, how you doing? I wonder if they'd ever consider, like, revamping the junction battles. Because it would be cool if they were like, this is your introduction to a new frame, you know. It'd be cool if they had like phases and a buffed health bar and the like. I maxed out the starting frame. I'm playing this game pretty sporadically, and so I needed to switch to a new frame so the XP wasn't going to waste. So I got one on the marketplace, and I just pulled chat on which one made sense to experiment with based on my playstyles. So, pick Saturn. Seems like you have to play the game, like... How much do you think you have to play the game in order to earn frames without ever spending money on it, right? Are you going to be in a position where you're going to have to be using a frame that's already maxed out and not earning XP toward it in order to earn enough currency or earn enough blueprints to be able to get one? You know, the captures are easy. What's the next? The Uranus Junction. I guess I've already done that.
Operator, did you hear that?
Tethys.
It said
Try to work towards Tethys first.
cosmic background radiation is a riot.
Invasion the one that's really hard? No, Interceptor's the one that's hard for solo. I guess I could also do Spy. So it's much higher level, right? Choose a side and complete 3 missions to unlock the battle pay. Is this new? I don't think I've run into an invasion mission before, or at least not on the main track. Could do the Spy then if it's normal. Would invasion also count as clearing the stage, or do I need Spy to clear the stage? Never bought a frame and haven't played a frame since mastering one since Excalibur. Okay, that's good to know. If you play efficiently, focus on farming frame parts, you don't waste XP. You can get all the
You are here
frames.
to infiltrate data vaults and retrieve highly sensitive enemy information.
Interesting. Spy is the one where I have a time limit to break out 2 out of 3 of the data vaults, basically.
Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures.
Sure, yeah. I'll probably have to end up buying another one here. Since I'm playing with like months in between sessions, I'm not really able to fully use the forge system. I get like 1 craft per episode, right? So, but I mean, I don't mind spending money on the game. I still haven't paid for this as though it were a full-priced game, so I just don't want to spend more than like a full-price game on it, if that makes sense. It's cool that it's arranged in such a way that it's able to be earned by a player who's pretty dedicated to it. I still haven't passed the click moment for Warframe yet. Like, I think that the new player onboarding is still pretty rough. It's not like a game like Path of Exile, where it's hard for me to imagine ever getting to the click moment, right? Like, I can kind of imagine what it probably feels like in a later game. Somebody was saying last episode that the story proper starts at, like, hour 32 or something.
Yourself. We are on the way.
Yeah.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
I still wish it wasn't, I wish I could just pay to own the game, right? I feel like the free-to-play model probably harms the game overall, even though it's avoidable for most of the people enjoying it. But what are you gonna do, you know? Comes with the territory in a lot of cases. Yeah. People watching this as a series on YouTube are gonna hear me, like, repeating myself a lot. But, yeah, it's like, to me the problem is that you got a really dedicated, hardcore existing community for whom you want to develop new content, right? That's interesting and exciting.
Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete.
Let me do this real quick and then I'll talk some more. Okay, I got one at least.
Retrieval was successful.
As I was saying, it gets increasingly difficult for the developer to justify spending resources on new player onboarding when you already have a core community that's, you know, supporting your game just fine and is not serviced by changes that affect only new players who have never touched the game before, right? And it's kind of an ongoing issue with any game that's a game as a service, even if it's not a multiplayer game, like, you know, like Factorio has a pretty bad new player onboarding experience, and that's because the core community for the game has been playing Factorio since it was an early alpha. They all get what the game is like. It's already clicked for them, you know. So maybe one day, obviously, if someone finds out that the devs of this game are going to be spending an entire series of patch cycles on improving onboarding, let me know, because I'd be very excited for that. It sounds like the new story stuff is pretty polished and well received. Is it the new war or something like that? I remember people talking about that a couple episodes ago. So you know how to get out of here. Thought it was up through there, I guess not. Yeah, and that's totally true. Like, free-to-play as a model didn't exist when I was growing up. It became a thing after I'd already had my first job, so I imagine I would have been super into games like this when I was a poor kid and I only depended on, like, Blockbuster rentals for games, right? If I could just boot up Warframe and play the shit out of it and earn everything, you know. I am stuck in here. I've been in this room a bunch of times. How did I get in here in the first place? Through here, maybe? Ah, okay, I was a fan that I had to bust to get in there. Primary way that I get energy back is from orbs dropped by enemies, right? So, like, if I have no energy, the only way to get energy is to kill enemies, for the most part, unless if I get mods later that give me, like, passive regen of it or something. It seemed like last mission I was just constantly topped off on it, because I was using my 1 and 3 pretty frequently. And here I think I screwed up a couple early encounters, and so I've just been energy starved the whole time. I wish there was some player feedback when you tried to do stuff with insufficient energy, like a little flash on the screen or a sound effect or something to tell me that I pressed a button and nothing happened because I don't have enough resources. It's hard for my brain to like kind of make the subconscious connections about how to play this game well. I think there's little pieces of feedback that I'd prefer were more in my face like that. Like, I think I just got an energy ball that my character just kind of effortlessly absorbed, right, when I killed that last enemy, but I only noticed it because I was really trying to pay attention for it. Watch that have been a completely different pickup. I'm just completely wrong about that. Some frames can do their own energy. Yeah, so I might ask for chat's advice. If I end up maxing Saturn this episode, I'll probably pick up another frame from the shop. I'd like to have one that has some kind of energy regen or some relationship to energy that allows them to use their activated abilities more. Because I feel like I got Saturn too early where I don't really have the mods to support using her cool toxin bubble as much as I'd like to. I'm kind of just running around shotgunning everything like normal. There's a frame that has no energy? That's interesting. Are they just cooldown based, basically? I'm killing a lot of stuff instead of running, because I'm trying to remind myself how to play the game. I'm also trying to max out my shotgun here. Hey, thanks for the follow. Right on, that sounds cool. Saturn's level 29, right? I can see that in the top right corner of the screen there. So I'm almost maxed.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Don't trigger the alarms, got it. No, trigger the alarms, fuck.
You are surrounded by Grenier Marines.
How do I want to get in there? Don't know. This one's probably gone. Down here, maybe? It's just a sensor bar. I guess it could be coming down from below, right? Sometimes there's a way to get in there.
Alarms.
Well, that was the alarm, apparently.
You need to hurry.
Probably not going to make it, but I'll try. Shoot, I got confused as to which ones were unlocks. Got it, I think? Hey, shotgun's done. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I haven't really hit the click moment for this game just yet, Bulgarian. accustomed to having games take a while for them to click, right? It took me a while for Souls games to click, for example. Just talking about how the new player onboarding is not super great. But there's a lot of material that you're kind of intended to ignore, which that's typical for ARPGs like, you know, Diablo or Path of Exile or whatever. Like, the efficient way to play is to not open the chests and to not to kill every enemy in every map and to not pick everything up, you know, and like figuring out what you're supposed to do and what you're supposed to ignore is, I guess, a big part of like mastering the game and having fun with it. And it seems like it is a victim of iteration in that respect, that you keep patching the game and patching the game and patching the game, increasingly focusing on your core audience, that there's so much extra content that you can't tell if like content piece number 873 is really critical for a new player to touch right away versus content piece number 872 that is just as easily ignored as this chest here that I shouldn't bother opening, right? I think the example I brought up last episode is in Path of Exile. There's a... I'm gonna miss this data.
Destruction is imminent. You need to hurry.
There's a piece of content you can do that's like a Temple of Ascension or something like that, that like literally gives you an extra skill tree, and it isn't presented in the game as any more significant than any of the other bits of content that they've added over the years, even though it's like 1,000 times more critical for a new player to interface with than anything else. So I don't think this game is that bad. I think it's a little bit... They're trying to add stuff like that recommended quest thing that they added last session that I played to make it clear what they think would be productive for you to do. I'm just gonna abandon this. I'm not going to get this data.
The data we retrieved will have to suffice. Get to extraction.
They added a passive tree. The critical one is piece 946. Yeah. It's unfortunate because I think the core loop of this game feels amazing, like the combat and the mobility tech feels really, really good, and it feels good to get good at it, and I'm not good at it, obviously. But I think that's the part that stresses me out, is that like in the early game you don't need to be good. Like, I could sit here and be effectively using Saren's one ability to poison things, or I could just shoot them with the shotgun and it's fine. It'll take me a little bit longer. But I haven't yet encountered much content where, like, I need to use the movement system, or I need to use my frame's abilities as optimally as possible. The one piece of content that does require you to use the mobility is it's like that weekly trial thing you can do, right? Where you can get, like, is it statues or endo crystals or something? And there's like this little agility course that you load into the map, and then you have a timed mission that's like, you have like 60 seconds or something to complete this obstacle course. Except the game hasn't trained you to know how to use the mobility methods to get through the obstacle course. So that's your one time where the game's putting pressure on you to know how to, like, wall jump and fly and speed around the map. I wish it was doing that kind of thing more. Like, I'm not saying that mission is bad. I just wish there was more like that instead of it being a once a week kind of a thing. All right, so we're going to change this out to the hex that I just unlocked, right? Or heck, excuse me. And we'll put some mods on it.
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return
Covered in blood.
safe and sound.
Heck damage. So can someone help me understand what the difference is between the heck and the strun that I just switched off of, just so I can kind of use that to guide my mod choices here? I guess I can't really... It's already pretty low level, so I'm not able to equip most of these off the bat, right? Fire rate would be a nice one once I can take it. Leave its appearance for now, maybe? Just change the base one to a blue or something. It's that third color that I kind of want to get rid of. There it is. Okay. Oh, there's a copy Warframe color. That's cool. I guess I'll go into a mission with it and see what it's like. They level up a little bit faster when they're lower level anyway, right? We need to get down to Tethys, I think, for the Uranus Junction. Okay. Exterminate, that one should be fine, I think.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marine stationed.
It's louder.
Leave no one standing.
So this one is more slower fire, but the individual shots are more impactful, maybe? Just trying to get like the bird's eye view. What's the difference between this and the shotgun I was just using? I think I like this one better right now. Robot ninjas in space. Yeah, that's fair. Exterminate missions, the map marker is trying to point me towards groups of enemies that are still on the map, right? Presumably. Probably try to max out my hammer now too, because I have a bow to swap to. I'll do that next. I've asked this question in previous episodes, but I didn't actually write down the answer. Is weapon XP determined based on whether you use it to hit them, or is it based on what weapon delivers the killing blow? I know you also get some amount of weapon XP to all of your weapons just for clearing the stage, right? I forget how your frame abilities contribute or don't contribute to weapon XP. Okay, it was a thing that was debuffing me when I walked through the little orange guy. That sensor, you mean? That one doesn't have one, but just for future reference. Yes. Yeah, so right now I have no energy. And I have no feel for when I have and don't have energy. I don't know if that's just something that develops as kind of like a muscle memory over time. Like, for lack of a better word, I don't really feel the weight of my energy going up. Shield come back here would be nice. Sorry. Go live alarm. So what is it about Infested that makes it particularly difficult for you to manage your energy. Maybe that'll help me to understand why I don't have a feel for it yet. Is it like an enemy density problem or something? Most games that are like this, the kind of like ARPG, I feel like you want enemies to be as dense as possible most of the time for all of your abilities to have the most like visceral feel to them and to get the most XP. And I do like this shotgun a lot better than the Strun. This is fun so far. Four dots tell me. So if they're white, they're usable. If they're blue, they're not yet. Is that in that I don't have enough energy for them, or that they're on cooldown, or does it show them those two things separately? One in blue is last used. Okay, thank you. Thanks. I was actually about to say, I think I've said that in previous episodes, that I wish that the key information in this game was closer to my reticle, because that's where I'm spending most of my time paying attention to things. Like, I feel like it's actually kind of a tall order to look up into the top right to see my shields and health, or in the bottom right to see the status of my abilities. I experimented with customizing the UI, make those things huge and moving them towards the center, but it's like, it makes the game look terrible if you have a giant health thing right next to your bar. About to die, aren't I? Was that an attack that enemy just did? The like orange wave that hit me for a second there? Roll world changes and powers. Games like Final Fantasy 14 where new players are directed to 8-year-old content, and the parts that are representative of the current quality of the game are 100 hours in. Yeah, that's exactly my my perception of the game too. And I don't think the answer is to just let players skip to the quote-unquote good or current content. I still wish that the older content was as compelling or impactful as the modern stuff, but I don't know how you go about going back and adjusting it in that way, you know? It seems like Destiny is the game that takes the strategy of let's just get rid of our older content constantly and force you to the thing we just added all the time. And that structure makes me not want to come within 100 miles of Destiny. Can I not open this door? Hold on. I don't know if the game is... I was fighting the enemies that were beyond this door a little bit ago. Is there like a lock or something nearby? So I can try going around. X missile enemies can cause a fire blast that will knock you down. Okay. I have the mini map here. You can see that in the top left corner. How do I get to the main map again? M? Oh, here we go. That's better. I don't know if that connects on the other side. Yeah, I think someone was saying that the story starts around hour 32, right? I think I'm stuck here. I'm open to some help if anyone has an idea as to what to do here. Maybe I have to, like, interact with the switch on this side? Is that what this orange thing is pointing me to? Okay, that's what we needed to do. I was saying last episode that I feel like this game could benefit from something like Diablo 3's old difficulty setting thing for the lobby, where if you were just trivializing content and everything was dying in one hit, you could go in and up the difficulty by one tier and go from like normal to hard, or eventually into the inferno levels and all that, right? Because like, just don't die. I think if the story doesn't start until 30 hours into the game, you're depending on the core loop to capture a lot of people. And I think if you're getting the folks that are like here for the power fantasy of running through the map and one-shotting everything and being practically invincible and just like throwing their corpse at missions until they win, they're probably going to enjoy the game just fine at the beginning. But here it's like there's all this depth to the game, but it looks like I don't have to engage with it at all until way, way later once I get past these initial missions that are pretty tank and spank, you know.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
The benefit of the difficulty settings in something like Diablo is that they, in exchange for the enemies having more health and being more dangerous, and like status effects being more punishing, is that you get more XP and better loot, right? It's very coarse, I see. Yeah, because like the loop of playing something like Diablo 3, which isn't the ultimate ARPG, it's got lots of flaws, kind of over streamlined, right? But the loop is that like if you get to the point where the game is too trivial and everything's just dying in one hit and you're not having to use your abilities fully, you go up by one difficulty level. And if you get to the point where enemies are taking too long to kill and it feels like a slog, you go down by a difficulty level. So you can kind of like self-adjust as you play, you know. And if you're you know, coming from the power fantasy perspective, I just want to run out on my witch doctor, press one button and kill everything constantly, and that's fine. I don't care if I'm getting less XP and less loot. You can stay on normal, and that's completely an acceptable way to play, right? But I think for Warframe right now, like staying on normal that's the only real method. Mobile defense. This is different from hijack, right? Let me see if I can do this. Am I online right now? Well, sometimes it's hard to matchmake on these. Yeah, I'm glad that it's gated, I think that's good. It's already pretty overwhelming, to be honest. Like, there's already an enormous amount of missions I can do. And I've kind of had to piece together through interfacing with this community and talking to y'all in chat that, oh, working on junctions is a good idea because that's unlocking more content.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. Can you imagine like a complete and utter newbie to Warframe who's not watching streams and isn't trying to Google anything or read any external information? Like, what's stopping them from just running the same mission 7 times in a row, right? Nothing's gonna pop up and say, hey, what are you doing, dummy? Like, this is a waste of your time. And I guess that's where they've added that new recommended quest thing, which seems really nice. I'm not using it at the moment because I'm still working on junctions, but I feel like I should do those quests so that it's starting to recommend relevant things again. So, like, go down through somewhere here. Ah, okay. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
I'll look at it after this mission. I remember it coming up last episode and us determining that it wasn't particularly worth focusing on right now, but I could do it after this just to clear it from the log and see what it recommends next. I think it would be cool. I don't know how feasible it would be, but for games like this and Destiny and something I have to manually pick up, right? This, Destiny, and Path of Exile to have like a Jesus take the wheel mode where I'm just on a track and it's completely linear. And I know the whole point of the game is that eventually I get a lot of freedom to pick which missions I want to do and how I want to build my character and what guns to use and that kind of a thing, but just to reduce the feeling of it being overwhelming at the beginning and to get me to the click moment where I understand why people are into the game, get me to the good part on an ultra-linear track where I have no decisions to make, right? And then maybe towards the end of it start gating in those decisions. Instead, I think these games are kind of set up to like blow you away with the first time you pull up the skill tree in Path of Exile and you're like, whoa, look at all the stuff I can do. I go, oh god, look at all the mistakes I can make.
I'm in, Tenno.
Look at all the ways I can probably trivially misplay without looking up a guide. Right? That's how I read it a lot of the time. I get my shotgun back while I'm defending, that's right. I'm going to do a Junction quest. My current plan is to just focus on Junctions regardless of what the recommended quest is, but I'm surprised that recommended doesn't do those first since it unlocks the most content, it feels like.
Continue to defend.
Yeah, I was talking about that a little bit last episode, Spiky, like things that are almost like quality of life that you have to go find a specific map and a specific enemy to farm for. And there's no way to know that that's the enemy you have to farm for without, like, reading the wiki or whatever, right?
Area completed.
Hey. Where are we headed? Yeah, and that's surprising, at least, because I feel like if they're trying to use the recommended quest feature that they just added to make this a little bit more accessible, I would almost expect that it'll only throw junction missions at you until you have all the junctions, right?
Get ready to defend.
Maybe if there's like some kind of significant content unlock mission in between there that unlocks like a hub area or something, give that early. Yeah, your weapon does 80% more damage and everything assumes you have this.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
This game is such an interesting curiosity to me. Like, it's definitely one that I feel like whenever it reaches its final form, whenever the servers shut down, if that ever happens, and maybe even while it's still a live game, like, I feel like it should be studied. How did the game get to be the way it is? How did it select for the audience that currently plays it, right? Like, not even just in, like, from a game design perspective, just from, like, a
To defend.
community development perspective. The No Cliff documentary gets into that. Interesting. It seemed less like mercy and more like flipping that guy over by grabbing his dick. Saturn just maxed. I'm gonna have to change frames after this mission.
Move on.
I guess if chat wants to start talking on a frame they might recommend that I try next, preferably one that's somewhat cheap in the store. I think my objectives are mild energy dependency. If it's something that generates its own energy or has no energy dependence, that would be cool. Because it seems like using energy is a lot of the fun of this game and is a lot of like the core loop and the late game missions, but I don't have the mods to support it yet, so I like to do something where I can kind of utilize the whole kit now, even without amazing mods. Like the very first mission I loaded in on today, I used the 1 and 3 really effectively, and now I feel like I'm just not getting the right
And defend our position.
groups of enemies for it to work the way I want it to. I think the range on the infection spread is way longer than I think it is. My kingdom for a little white bubble around the target. Tell me where it ends.
This will take a moment.
Rhino. Behind in mods. Just because by focusing on the junctions, I'm not doing specific missions that might produce more necessary mods. Is there any, like... I'm guessing there's nothing in-game for this, but has anyone made, like, a guide that says, do these missions in this order, such to increase the chance that you're going to get drops of critical mods that are, like, build-defining or frame-defining? Dara. The open world stuff is stuff they added relatively recently, right? I think I did that one session where you can just kind of run around and keep doing missions forever.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
Are the orange outlined enemies special in some way? Like, they're not like elites or something, right? That's just like an ability that the Grineer can use? Personal shield or something? Would have to be on a frame-by-frame basis. Okay. It kind of seems that this game's approach to mods is almost the worst of all worlds. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, to me there's two broad ways of approaching how you get loot in a looting game. One is that all the content in the game can provide all the loot in the game, and the way that you differentiate content is by having more loot rolls, the extreme version of that being Path of Exile, where the insane content causes your entire screen to be covered with loot drops, most of which are garbage. Or to roll towards higher quality or rarer loot, right? But that, you know, any chest in the game or any random enemy can drop any item. And then the other model of content is to make it so that, like, I guess like Elden Ring is a pretty different game, but just as an example, everything drops from exactly one place. None of it has any degeneracy baked into it. You know, if you want this sword, you have to go kill this specific enemy in this specific room. And this game seems to have a mix of both, where there's a lot of content that's like on a common drop table, but then there's really, really important content, really important mods that Spiky was talking about that are on very specific drop tables, and there's no way to know that it's on that drop table without engaging with an external source like the wiki or something, right? You all tapped out of a PoE map and pressing Alt revealed to crash the game. Yeah. And putting them behind mission types, I guess I don't mind. I like the idea of you have to do this kind of mission or you have to fight this kind of enemy to get the specific loot you want. I think that's more interesting, honestly, than everything being on a common drop table. But the problem is it doesn't seem like there's any in-game way for me to, like, put that information together, if that makes sense. I'm effectively forced to...
Well put together, operator.
To use a
Now
wiki.
get out there and
Cut down the...
6,
and let
right?
the Lotus prowl.
Lingering Torment. I don't really have statuses on this gun right now. Puncture. Better shotgun spaz. Oh yeah, that was the one I wanted earlier. And then we're gonna change to a new frame. So, folks, is there any discussion agreement on Gara? Anyone think that that's a bad idea? If it's a fine idea, I'll just go and start working on it. I have to buy it from the store, right? I might have to buy some platinum, I don't know. And it looks like I'm going to. I think to do this, I have to hide my screen so you all aren't seeing my credit card and shit. Let me do that real quick. Hold on. Here, I'm just gonna swap to my co-live screen. I'll be right back. I hate the UI for buying platinum. It feels ugly. It's hard to explain. Like the whole system of, oh, it's on sale for like 50% off most of the time. All right, I think I'm good now. Let's see. Do I have to do something to get my platinum amount to update in game? Do I have to like log out and log back in or something? It said it should become available quickly.
Operator, the system needs you. Will you begin another mission?
Like I want to completely close the game, right? Just bought some. All right, hold on. I'll be back again. Yeah, I'm going to try to just restart the game really quick. I'm just backed out just in case. Oh, it might be that I when I bought it, I put money in my wallet to buy it, and then it didn't finish completing the purchase. So hold on, I'll try to do it here. It ended up closing the browser window that it brought up for it. I think this actually happened when I bought Saturn too, but that was like a year and a half ago, so I didn't remember. Still working on it over here, folks. Thanks for your patience. This is... I almost said my password out loud. I'm a genius. All right, so when I go to our shop, I know you guys can't see anything right now. We want to go to Gara. We want to pick purchase, confirm purchase. You don't have enough platinum. Get platinum. Your offer expires in 45 hours. Get that one. Now it sees that I have enough money in my Steam wallet. Okay. So I did have to leave and then go back in. Get an email receipt for your order soon. There it goes. Okay, I spent like 25 bucks or something on it, so that should be enough for future sessions. And I still haven't spent the cost of a retail game on this, so pretty soon though I'm going to want to start doing things that go towards unlocking my own frames without having to pay for them, because I definitely don't want to spend more than $60 on Warframe if I can avoid it. So if y'all notice while I'm looking at my foundry that I'm close to having the parts for a frame that I don't have yet, let me know, because I'd rather do that if possible. Actually, let me just review the foundry real quick since I don't have something running right now. You have to get like 3 pieces of the Warframe through normal play in order to be able to build it, right? And then you have to have the resources to set them all to build over hours. That's how you make your own. Or default colors. Gonna set up something similar and mess with this more later, I guess.
Order seems to have misplaced those memories.
Pretty much just have Shamrock, Easter, right?
Ordis did not think the operator could be more attractive. Wrong again, Ordis.
Just gotta sit here and spend forever on this, right? This is probably fine. Whatever, that's fine. Just want to play the game. All right, so can I review the abilities here? Shattered Lash, Shattered Glass, hold for an arcing strike. Armor splinters in a maelstrom of shattered glass. Allies who contact the cloud are fortified against damage. Oh, that's kind of cool. So she's good for group play, it sounds like. Trap enemies in a carousel of mirrors. Force them to attack visions of their true selves. Mirrors damage their attackers. Okay. Vitrify. Expanding ring of molten glass. It crystallizes enemies who enter. Ring hardens to block enemy fire. Smash the ring and send razor sharp glass flying outward. Okay, well, give it a try. Almost done with the hammer. Yeah, fashion frame, right? Assume. Now I can only fit 8. Can I just quickly look at, I guess I can just switch back to Saturn to look at what I had on Saturn, right? Just to kind of remind myself here. Oh boy, I was nowhere near capacity. Physique, equilibrium was important, right? Deflection, enemy sense, thief's wit. Remember, redirection was really good. Oh, really? Oh, I can't go in those slots there. I see what the problem is. Sure. Do I have anything in the discounted slots? Intensify, which doesn't seem worth it at this low of a level on the mod. Guess fast deflection, physique. Now, physique is an aura, so if I were playing multiplayer, it would affect allies too, right? Oh, that's only for aura mods. So does that mean that physique could go in there? I see. You think intensify and continuity? Really? 3% ability strength? When I don't really have access to a lot of energy regen? That seems like a really small value. Aura mods increase capacity too. I see. Duration and strength. Continuity. I could see these being, because I would probably need to get the non-flawed version of these mods and then level them up, and then they're probably really good, right? It's tough for me to wrap my brain around these being good when they're flawed and at the 3% level. Is it worth upgrading them while they're flawed, or should I look for the non-flawed versions of them first? I guess I can start with physique. I'm going to have so many more points even after just like a couple missions, so... I think I had one of these guys max out. Shit. I only have the one. I hate the idea of wasting XP. So if I wanted to get another companion to replace Artax so that I'm not wasting anything, what's my best approach to doing that? Like, I don't think I can make any on my foundry, right? Primary, secondary, melee, landing craft, gear, miscellaneous. Is there not one for... Can I not even craft companions? Flawed ones are cheap. Check the market. Okay. Blueprints. This isn't for spending real money, right? So can I search companions? Companion slots. Will there be like a separate thing next to the platinum cost if it's a blueprint that I can buy? Let's go to any of these. I see. 100k for the blueprint. Then it'll tell me if I already have the items to craft it. Now, it doesn't tell me here how long the blueprint takes to craft though, right? So if I wanted to have something and equip it immediately, I'd have to pay for it with real money. I guess the companions are somewhat cheap from a platinum perspective. It's usually 24 hours. Okay. So if I want to not waste XP on this slot, I basically have to buy it with platinum today. Hopefully find a way around that in the future. So what's the literal cheapest one? Orma? No, that's not a companion. Strictly worse. Hold on. Here we go, companions. This is probably better, right? So again, I'll just ask chat to help me pick something here. I want something that's cheap and would be a fine replacement for Artax, just so I'm leveling something else up. So if you see something here that fits in that slot and is fine, it maybe works with the Gara frame. Not that I think that matters particularly. Scan aquatic life forms, scan matter. Just by clicking on each of them to see if I have everything in the build requirements. I guess I can check. It's not a huge time investment. I guess I could make the death cube. I won't be able to use it today, but we could have it for next episode. Then I'm starting to try to become more self-sufficient as opposed to relying on real money, because I'm already almost out. I think I've already spent like 40 bucks on the game. I don't want to spend too much more. All right, that's not so bad. And then I'm at least building something this episode. Death cube. Sure, why not? I like death, I like cubes. Totally scrolled past it, didn't I? Here we are. 24 hours. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, let's keep doing missions here. Calypso. Sabotage. Does this game have... Let me think of how to ask this question. So a lot of modern MMOs have like a system that exists to like populate missions that include players that are trying to do things multiplayer. So like Final Fantasy XIV, for example, has a duty roulette that gives you a bonus if you queue into this thing that tries to fill groups for people that are trying to do story missions that are earlier in the game that otherwise people would never queue into directly, right? Is your only real chance to be paired up with another player if they happen to be queuing into the mission at the same time as you, or is there some kind of system to get people to join missions that don't have players? That's too bad. Trying to max the... Alright, so I have my one now. I can go somewhere to look at what my abilities do, right? One is Shattered Lash. Slash out with a stream of shattered glass. Hold for an arcing strike. Well, whatever I was... Definitely whiffed that, alright. So is that like a projectile, basically? A non-homing projectile, I assume. Oh, the homing strike is like melee range, basically? Interesting. Melee range cone attack, basically. Oh shit, that wasn't great. So what's the use case for, why would I use one over just shooting the guy with my gun, right? Does it debuff them or something, or is it good to use the, is it only really for the arc when there's a bunch of guys right in front of you? Well, the individual abilities are quite a bit cheaper than Saturn. Shit. Probably should have taken something shield-oriented here instead of the health thing. Sorry, buddy, I thought about mercying you there. Oh shit, there's a dog. Two is something I want to have on at all times. That's at, did it say level 7 or like level 3? I thought it was pretty early, right? Hold on, sorry, I'm just trying to read this. Lash out. It's a passive. Create a radio blind lasting 10 seconds when exposed to bright light. That's interesting. Oh, is this draining energy? Is that what the... Or is that just telling me how much it costs to use? I'm trying to see what the debuff is on it. Decide when to use each of the attacks. Two has a glass shard field that damages nearby enemies. Your 4 is a big glass wall that refreshes the duration of your 2. 1 can smash your 4 to add damage to your 2. Ah, okay. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So it's one of those kits where it's like they all have synergy with each other, and the 1 by itself is not very useful, right? Like I need to have all the pieces together for it to start to do something. Big damage reduction on the 2. Okay, cool.
Security has locked down the coolant cells. We have no choice but to destroy them. Coolant cell destroyed.
Oh, if I like turn off the alarm there, can I get in there and take the coolant instead of destroying it or something? For different rewards, maybe? It's like... Let me see. Oh, shit. It's on a window, right? What do you want from me, game? Go through here, maybe? Alright, that was fun.
The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. A coolant
I really
cell
like
has
this
been
new shotgun. It feels much more weighty. This game feels weirdly floaty in a way that's kind of hard to articulate. Like obviously, you know, the movement abilities to jump and fly and slide around feel literally floaty, but a lot of the combat in general, like I don't really feel the weight of using my cool one glass shard attack. It just kind of seems like damage numbers fly out of the enemy if I was roughly pointing at them. Maybe it'll feel more weighty once I have it combined with its other attacks, you know? Destroy the coolant, fuel the reactor, put the coolant into the fuel slot, or put the fuel in the coolant slot. Okay. Does that mostly just change the rewards for the mission, or is it just a different way to do it? The
A
blast
blast
door.
door has blocked your evacuation route. Find a way to open it.
Can do. You can white rooms with Gara. Okay. Kind of like how you're supposed to be able to do with Saturn. If you get enough of the infection stacked up on things. Sounds cool. You end up having a time limit to get to the ship, I see. No, this is my last. I guess I got one more after this. How does it want me to get out of here? Is there like an exit further up somewhere? To be honest, I don't think I ever noticed that my frame glows red when my shields get depleted. That's really nice. What does it mean if my health is currently purple? That seems bad, right? Or my shields, rather, were purple instead of blue. Hey, so now I have my 2 that should always be up. 'Cause it makes me tankier, right? I can tell it's up because I've got little shards flying around me. Oh, it's from the Taxon, okay. The purple's good. Okay, and I can see there's a little icon in the bottom right corner that shows me how much shield I have left, it looks like. I have no idea what killed me right there. How much more damage it can absorb, I guess. Okay, once that thing in the bottom right that shows me my shield disappears, I don't have it anymore, right? I'm gonna die before I get out of here. That was close. How much damage it's doing. Okay, now that I got a couple levels on it, we think even the flawed one is good because we want 2 to be on all the time if possible. It's easy enough to remember. How is the 2? Let me see if I can check it here. Oh, I can't when I'm not in a mission. So the 2 is like thorns damage? Is it like reflecting when enemies hit me? Is it hitting enemies that are around me automatically? So the one we wanted here was not ability strength necessarily, right? Continuity? Yeah. Enhanced mod using endo. Because it's a 6%. Okay, each increase is pretty significant. That's as much as I can afford for now, I think. It's damage around me, not thorns. Okay, thanks.
I understand if you have to sell mods. Maybe Ordis will meet a similar fate someday.
I'll unequip this. There it goes. Okay. This makes more sense to me now. Can still fit 3, so I guess I can take the other one, right? I was reading this backwards. I thought this was how much I... Okay, anyway, I understand now. Enemy radar, ability efficiency. What does efficiency mean compared to, like, ability strength? I think because I was reading the thing backwards. Hold on. I thought it was counting against the totals of what I could equip before. Thanks. Right. Minus ability cost. Okay. Locking, health, vit. Do you want shield if possible? Still have room for +3, right? Think equilibrium is more important than redirection?
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All
Should be able to
accounted
equip
for.
that soonish. You think health is more important than shields? Doesn't health come back much more slowly? I believe you. I'm just like trying to understand the reason for it. I'll just do both the low level ones for now. Do this for now, and then I'll train the other one later. Hammer's pretty close to being done. It says Saya's Vigil is my recommended quest. Health is almost always better than shields for a number of reasons. Really? Huh. Assassination.
We need to find the VIP. and take them
Sure.
down. Do not let the
Is Lifesteal kind of a tough mod to come across, or is it certain frames that do it or something?
Several of our dig sites in this sector have been attacked and annexed by Luck and his fleet. Take Ruck out.
I forget, how does energy recovery work with groups? Like, if any of us picks up an energy orb, do we all get the energy, or are we competing for that resource? A competition. Okay, so everyone gets their own instance appearance of the orb. One person picking it up isn't restoring it for all of us. I see, thank you.
Only the most impressive and Grenier body modifications. You will need to stay one step ahead of him. Heads up, a Grenier assault team is headed your way.
Subject found. Significant trauma. Removing the galleon to assess Kuvalich viability.
They get it already, I think they did. Alright, what does my 3 do? People are mentioning the 1, 2, and 4. Crowd control. Oh, well, I didn't mean to skip the cinematic. Oh. It's weird having bosses. So if it has a gray health bar, that means I can't damage it normally, is that right?
You've located the VIP. Time to go to work.
Something else we're supposed to do to actually damage him then? That usually mean I have to like just kill a bunch of ads or something, or find something else in the room to damage him. Seems to be taking damage over time. Oh, he's got like a weak spot somewhere? So does the gray just mean he might have a place that you have to shoot specifically? Just pick himself up. He's got a backpack that you can shoot, right?
Nice work taking down the VIP. Now get to extraction.
So is it like, it'll show me a gray health bar so long as the last time I damaged him, I'd hit a part of him that wasn't vulnerable, but then it'll switch to show me a non-gray health bar if I just shot his weak point? I see. I'm gonna go back to doing these solo, unless if it's one of the mission types, it's really hard to do solo. Fourth player here, really? One of the players is like right outside the door. God. Ah, okay, they gave it to us.
Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
I see. And I have to manually leave a party every time because it tries to keep us together, right? What drop was it that I got? God, I'm so sorry. If I could give it to you, I would. It's funny, I don't even know what it was. Ember systems?
Well put together.
So like a crafting material or something?
And cut down the... and make the Lotus proud.
Can't equip two of the same one, right? Yeah, I think so. Didn't find Thief's Wit to be terribly helpful. Oh, does the ability range actually work here? Does it just make my glass shards do damage at further distances? All right, hammer's done, so now we get to try the bow, which is exciting. New weapon. Probably be easier to see what the hell I'm doing now because I've definitely struggled with using that ground slam attack and it completely disorienting what I'm doing, even though it was really effective before. Let's see. Don't have a melee status. Counter requires that I be actively blocking for it to do anything, right? Only fit 4 right now. Status chance on lifted enemies. Lift is like another status effect that certain things can do. So I do that just to do something.
I've been thinking, Operator. I thought you'd want to know.
Remind me, what's the difference between heavy attacks and normal attacks? Is the heavy attack the one that I do by slamming from jumping? I don't think there's anything else on here that I want to equip right away. I probably just have to use it a little bit so I get more slots for it. It's fine. Middle mouse click. Okay, open 3 Meso Void Relics. Meso Fisher missions. Okay. That's total gibberish to me. Someone's gonna have to help me out here. So, check the codex entries for drop locations. Yeah, I see this. That's the fissures, right? But I have to drop something in them first? Or I can go here to get the things. I feel like I've done something like this before. Where I have to get the relics from specific places and then take them to the fissure. Okay, so I have... Are Lith relics the same thing as Meso relics? Okay. screaming internally. So I don't have any of these, right? You do not own this relic. So how do I know where to find these? Prime Vault. I can't communicate to you the, like, psychic scream that's emanating from within me at the moment. I'm gonna have to pretend like the Jesus take the wheel mode that I said I wished was in Warframe actually existed and treat chat as my Jesus take the wheel mode. Could someone tell me just a mission to do to try to get some of these Mesa relics? Like, even looking at the thing that tells me the drop sources, like, most of this is hieroglyphics to me. New War, Steel Path Honors, Hematite Relic Pack. Most of them say Prime Vault. Okay, thank you, Namek. Maybe I can go find something else to work on in the meantime. Maybe there's another junction that I'm sitting on. I think Europa maybe had some stuff to do. Saturn Dion's. Okay, thank you. Thank you. This one, Dion. So there's a Meso Fisher, but only the spy mission is what unlocks it, not the invasion mission. Question marks are missions I haven't done that drop them. Okay. I guess I'll just... capture... I'll just do a couple missions I haven't done yet, maybe to see if I get one. But I'll come back to this one here in a second. Okay, I'll do the spy one. I'm bad at spy because I don't know the layouts of the spy sequences, but I'm hoping I can find a mission that's, like, more doable. Now, when it says it drops on the mission, does that mean anything that can drop something drops it, or do I specifically have to look around and open chests and stuff?
We are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
Shot the sensor for that, I guess. Helene, you said? Oh, this is way different than my old melee weapon. I can just keep moving with this guy, that's cool.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly.
Yeah. I basically have a new everything right now. I've got a new shotgun, a new melee weapon, a new frame, so none of my shit's really good at the moment. This guy get off too? Now, I currently have no energy because I haven't yet killed anything that's dropped an orb that would give me energy, is that right? About to die. I'm about to go do some really early levels real quick just to kind of get a few mod capacity slots on these items.
Your part is done here, Emma. Change of plans. Ignore your original objective. Leave nothing alive.
What? No, I don't want it. I want to do the original objective. What caused that to happen? Oh, you start with less energy. Okay, so that's like a reason to not use up all your mod capacity, I guess. Are those Orokin cells important? I feel like I saw one of those on the marketplace for platinum, and it looked kind of expensive. Now I've got some energy. Using my 2. I'm just doing DPS over time so long as I have the 2 active around enemies, right? I can't really see the damage numbers. Maybe I'll try to pay closer attention next time I activate it. I think I maybe saw some damage numbers for my 2 there, but it's really hard to see. Never buy resources with platinum. Yeah, it makes sense. Seems like a waste. A lot of enemies to eliminate on this mission. So, XP per kill, like, I'm not getting significantly more weapon XP by fighting enemies that take longer to kill, am I? Or is there diminishing returns on... Like, if I go to an earlier level, am I going to get more XP per hour on my weapon than if I, you know, keep doing missions like this where it's taking me multiple shots to kill them? I just want to get my shotgun at least to like level 10 or so. Yeah, well, it's almost there now. So I can put some more mods on it so it does more base damage. Didn't mean to do that. That was an accident. Getting a public squad mission. Popular defense mission. And Helene also drops the Meso artifact that I need. Is that right? Okay. And defense is popular because people just stay in there forever and can swap in, swap out. Diminishing returns based on level and doesn't scale much past 30. Okay. Rude. Double rude. We established earlier that while ammo feels almost totally superfluous in this game, it's not, because there are certain weapons and certain frames where ammo suddenly becomes super important. Die. Yeah, alright. Gotta be careful now. I forget what all I lose if I completely run out of revives in the mission. Like if I keep the gun level ups I got to that point, or if they get undone. That guy, like, really defensive because he's in his bubble and I have to shoot him from within the bubble to get around his defenses or something. These exterminate missions aren't literal, right? They don't mean kill literally every enemy in the map, but it's usually like some large percentage of them or something. Forfeit bonus rewards, okay.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to
I
extraction.
thought I had way more to kill than that. It's not. It used to be literally every enemy. That's good. Nothing is less fun in an ARPG than, like, trying to scout through a map looking for some obscure final enemies, you know?
Yeah, I saw how many it said I needed to kill. I just wasn't sure if that represented what percentage of the actual total number of enemies on the map that represented, you know? Alright, let's see if I can get some upgrades and make that a little bit less painful next time. Yeah, exactly, Namek. I've been in that situation before in games like this. I like this frames concept so far. I wish I could get my energy up to the point where I could use it. I like the whole, like, glass shattering idea. That's pretty cool. Okay, fire rate higher is better. A lot of these just don't seem great given the cost, you know? It's probably going to make a pretty big difference. If I recall correctly, if I did something like if I added heat damage onto this gun and it did strike damage by impact damage by default, that those would combine into a new type of damage. Is that how it works? Something like that? Actions. Okay, hold on. I have never seen this before. What is this? Double your mod capacity? Is that the thing I found a second ago? I see.
Do you remember the old war, operator? Ordis
Try
seems to
combining
have
it with this. I
misplaced
don't know if
those
that makes
memories.
sense. Yeah, what did I pay for that? Did I pay for it with the thing that I just got as a drop? Remember that being pretty good. Elemental damages don't combine with impact, puncture, or slash. So if I added
plus 90% heat, like, would that just be an extra 90% of my damage is heat, or is that replacing damage? Is that just strictly more damage overall, I guess? It'll still do just as much impact damage, and it will do heat damage on top of everything else, I guess. Because plus 90% critical chance is based on the base critical chance, which isn't the same thing. So I assume this is probably more impactful for now in terms of total DPS. This will probably be good later. Okay, and can I put one of these Orokin things on all of my items? Like, do I want to do that on my bow as well? Oh, but now, okay. I don't have one now, I see. Keep them for good stuff. And use them as early as possible, I suppose. I see. Are those just drops, then? That I have a chance to get whenever? Why do I have 2 leveled pressure points? That seems like I made a mistake. It may have been that I was leveling one separately so that I could equip it. So I can only do up to 4 here, so... I think I just have to go out of my way to use the bow more. Yeah, I'm having fun with it right now. I'm probably still going to change things out every time they hit rank 30, but got a ways to go on that. I don't think I have any stances, though, do I? Doesn't look like it. I do. Clashing Forest? Oh. I was looking at this icon, not the top icon. For staves. Okay, thank you. I missed that. I guess I may as well equip that since I've got space for something. Okay, Helene we said is a popular defense mission that also drops the thing that I need. Where is that? There's not a search on this map, is there? Oh, it's right here. I'm blind. I was like, is it even in Saturn? Thanks. And just do this until I get the proper number of things. It said I needed to have 3 Meso artifacts. Will I just see those drop during the level, like as we keep killing things, or do I have to wait until the mission's over to know if I got any?
Our position has been compromised.
Oh, that's cool,
Defend the cargo
thanks.
until reinforcements arrive.
5 waves. God, I really desperately need an enemy radar. Trying to depend on where I hear them making noises to fight them. They've cleared. I'm so sorry, Doombob. It's a bummer. I'm trying to use the sounds of screams to guide where I should be heading to, but by the time they're screaming, they're probably already dead, right? Shotgun seems to be doing better now. These waves get progressively harder over time, or can I just stay here forever? Like at some point are we gonna have to extract just because it's getting too difficult or something? Can we overextend and fail by staying here too long, or will it still reward us for the number of rounds we were able to defend successfully? $10 to 15 waves at a time, okay. So see if people are leaving at like wave 10 and then maybe leave and rejoin, basically. So now it's probably easier for me to have my 2 on all the time, right? Because there's so many energy pickups everywhere. I'm gonna turn on my 2 and run up to an enemy and see if I can see where the damage is. Is that those little 3s coming out of them, or is that another enemy that's doing those? Another ally, I mean. Let's see what that's damaging then. Unless if it doesn't get a damage number. And stay until enemies one-shot the objective, I see. Yeah, I wish I could feel the weight of the 2. I could feel the weight of the Saturn debuff if I was able to get it out, because there'd be damage numbers pouring out of everything around me, you know? Not a lot. You can make it so that it covers the whole map, theoretically. That's kind of cool. My 4 is when this whole setup really comes into its own, right? Where I like 4 an enemy and then 1 to blow it up to do a bunch of AoE damage. Maybe one of the bigger reasons I'm using the 2 right now is for the damage reduction that it comes with it.
Is ready, unless you can handle more of the enemy.
There's a Meso relic, that wasn't so bad.
Continue to defend.
I see. I gotta pick one to say if I want to stay or not. Oh, my 4's centered on me. So how does the 1 pop the 4? Is it just that I'm shooting a glass thing through my 4 and that causes it to pop? It seems like that's probably easier to manage than the Saturn AoE. Hurts me. Tap it again to leave it in place. What level do I get that at again? I feel like I really badly need like an enemy radar just like around my reticle, right? Just something that shows a number of little dots. Gives me a rough idea of enemy density. Which of my abilities help my group in this one? Is it the 2 that also puts a little glass shield on my allies, or... I thought I saw one that affected them as well. Do I have to be near them when I activate it for them to get the benefit of it? Cast on teammates. So is it just having my reticle pointed at them and then pressing 2 that casts on them? Oh, you can cast it on defense objectives too. No kidding. Seems pretty strong. Yeah, she's got a cool setup. I'm having fun with her. It makes more sense in a group mission like this where, like, everything is just dying and dropping energy balls constantly. I'm guessing that more of the endgame is focused around farming missions like this with a big group. Like, you know, again, use Diablo 3 as a comparison. There's a whole lot of builds and abilities that make no sense if you're, like, running around on normal solo, slowly clearing a map, but they totally make sense for a 4-player Greater Rift, where, like, your corpse exploding the map constantly. So maybe that's how I should be thinking about it. I don't mind games that are about efficiency rather than... The way I describe it is like, it's not supposed to be a question of will you win, it's how fast will you win and how much style will you have when you eventually win. Which is part of why I've had trouble articulating why I feel like Warframe has a poor onboarding experience with something like Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 feels fine, you know? I'm still not sure. Yeah. That's also a thing in Diablo, where, like, a lot of the objective of your character build is getting to a point where you have unlimited resources in the end game. But I feel like the early game just it plays differently instead of just playing like it's neutered. I'm sure they've been balancing around the end game unlimited energy economy for a long time. Storyline in Diablo 3 is terrible, though. It's so bad. At least it's like fully linear though, so that's nice. I think just something personally as a gamer I don't like is when games overwhelm me with what are effectively non-choices, right? Here's 100 things you could do, but realistically only about 3 of them are worthwhile to even bother with.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Or I get one more relic. So I always get a relic every 5 waves here. That's not just like a chance thing. So they really, the junction requirement almost says, it means do this mission for 15 waves. And then I guess go turn in the relics so that you understand how they work, but... I'm getting a lot of mod drops here, more than I'm used to getting. Hey, I got my 4. Okay. So we go stand somewhere with a bunch of guys, and we press 4, and we press 1 to pop it. Ah, that's pretty satisfying. Okay. And then it's on a cooldown, right? I have to be outside of it. And the 4 is that, like, wall it looks like that I create. How much energy total do I need to do the 4+1 combo? It's 100 for 4 and 25 for 1, is that right? It's 125? It's a little cheaper. Okay. I kind of want to play as whatever has the little eggs that auto zap people. Is that just one of the frames abilities in the group that I'm currently in? Now, is there a reason to let that root me for the maximum duration? Is it just crowd control or something? How long does the wall stay up once I place it down? Does it shatter on its own eventually if I don't shatter it myself? Wisp, you said? Maybe I'll try to do Wisp next. I'll put that in my notes. Do that while I'm thinking about it here. Oh, they're just increasing the size. Is Wisp also the one that's just keeping them all locked down and zapped constantly? Feels pretty good. Is Wisp having to do anything to maintain that? Or is it just like the fact that they're... I guess I just saw them drop. I thought they'd been on me the entire level though. I feel like this is more XP in a single mission than I've got in like entire episodes playing this game. Which I guess I haven't been going for XP, I've been going for progression to unlock as much content as possible. Maintain proximity to keep getting them, I see. Is that wall doing anything while I'm, while I just leave it behind? Like, does it stop enemies from shooting into it or something? Oh, this specific level. Why this one? Just because it has Grenier, or...? Talked before about how I think that in video games comparable to like there's this notion in like media appreciation of the willing suspension of disbelief, where like you're allowing yourself to accept something that's absurd in order to enjoy a movie, right? And I think that in video games we have something similar, which I've called the willing suspension of nihilism. That like playing a video game is nothing matters, and video games in particular don't matter. So if you're choosing to spend your time playing a video game, you're already kind of wasting your time to the extent that anything is a waste of time. And like a lot of game design is about obscuring things that might pop your bubble sooner and make you stop playing because you realize, why am I doing this? Why am I wasting my time, right? And something in games that tends to like pop my bubble of the suspension of nihilism is realizing that I'm playing it really, 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 really inefficiently. Like doing that mission right there where I was getting, I don't know, 100 times as much XP as I've been getting doing anything else made me feel real crappy about doing anything different, you know? Because now I'm going to be doing a mission, and every minute that I played, it's like I could be doing this 60 times faster if I was in that Helene mission. All right, so I have to go find a meso rupture now, right? I guess it won't be that bad because while I'm doing other missions, I'm at least like trying to progress a storyline. So there's something unique about it. It's not just the XP that I'm getting from it. A3 relic. I can only equip one of these at a time, right? Yeah, you don't do them for XP. Right, that makes sense. I'm with you. There's a non-degenerate reason to attempt these other things, because I need to do them to unlock other content later in the game. But I should never do any mission more than once. I should never open chests, and I should never kill unnecessary enemies. If my reason for doing so is, well, I'll get some experience points, right?
They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
I don't have any allies here, do I? How do I know? Is there a way to find out missions where more people are at? I probably should have upgraded my stuff before starting this too, I forgot. Oh, right, I switched to solo to drop the party I was in. Okay, my bad. I thought for some reason that these Fisher missions were always group content, no matter what. These ones are somewhat commonly done as a group, right? Because, like, if you do them as a group, you can potentially split the rewards or something. Is my 2 popping on the frozen enemies too? Like, is it getting removed from me or something? On my shield. Oh, my 2's just running out really fast now because of the duration. Why would spamming my 4 refresh it? Maybe I'm not understanding that. Is it just that the 4 is getting a lot of kills, and a lot of kills are a lot of rolls for energy drops, and a lot of rolls for energy drops is refilling my energy? It feels like a lot of the core loop...
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
A lot of the core loop of this game seems to be about, like, bootstrapping into a self-sustaining loop, right? Like, if you fuck up early, it's hard to recover and get back on track, but if you can get your engine running, it'll run forever for the rest of the level. I had that happen to me with Saturn, the first mission I started this stream. I got in there and I was able to do 1-3, 1-3, 1-3 on everything. And the next few missions, I, like, mispressed buttons or something, and I just couldn't get it going. Oh, 4 refreshes the duration on my 2. Okay. I see. I misunderstood that. It's cool. These guys seem unusually tanky to the thing I'm trying to hit them with there. Like a shield on them or something? Are they particularly resistant to my damage types and the shotgun, maybe? They're being buffed by an infested ancient. Which one was the infested ancients? Tall, tentacly looking guy. I guess that's another good example of a player feedback thing, like maybe you can help, maybe it already exists in the game and you just need to help me see it. Was there some kind of conveyance on the screen to show me that they were getting buffed? Was there like a laser coming off of that enemy? I couldn't tell if they were just unusually tanky or resistant to my damage type or what. A green aura. I don't know how long that thing where your Warframe flashes red when you lose shield has been there. I'd never noticed it before. It may have been because I was primarily playing frames that had a lot of shield regen or something. But it is a really big deal for me understanding when I need to get out of dodge, because I can't be looking at that top right corner all the time. They have a green aura or sheen around them. Okay. Oh, I'm out of shotgun ammo, aren't I? So what's the orange sheen on this guy? He's an Eximus, which is kind of like an elite, I guess. Right, because I'll notice more when my shield's getting depleted and get out of dodge. I think so, actually. Probably gonna need to get a new pistol soon. I don't think I have one researching at the moment. I rarely have to do it. Remind me, what's the weapon swap button? What's the counterintuitive reason for shields being better? Low shields being better? I got confused for a second. I was like, F? Did stream die? Oh, right. Press the F button to switch weapons. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, H-Funk. Oh, really? Region shields fully more easily, more invulnerability time. Interesting. So there's a period when your shields are regening to full that you're more invulnerable. So do you want recharge rate more than total shield amount? I was already favoring recharge speed rather than shield total in the past, but Whoever had that mod drop rate on the mission I was on a second ago, it probably made it so that I can sell a bunch of those extra mods I got to get more endo to upgrade my shit, presumably. Something below me that I can attack, it looks like. Shields are depleted when you get shot. 0 shields off, you become invulnerable. Is that just briefly? Shit, about to die. About to die.
Another successful mission.
Find extraction.
Working on it. Was I taking damage from like some kind of like environmental effect? Like, is that glowing orange thing damaging me or something? I don't know where extraction is. I don't have my usual big green map indicator that helps me out with that. Maybe it's just the red thing? And it's red by mistake? Be hidden under other markers, okay. Assault mode, quick draw. Let's remember to actually go upgrade stuff here and then switch to group play to do the next one of these. And my hex already almost maxed. Oh no! No! I'm gonna cry if I'm having to play with a maxed weapon. It's already kind of killing me that I have that Artax it maxed. Okay, don't think about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Let me try to get rid of some shit here. Okay, so this automatically tries to sort these by the number of duplicates I have, provided that they're not completely brand new, right? So heavy impact from heavy landings. Oh, that would have been really cool on my hammer earlier. Too bad. Ammo max up. Armor up. So sorry, Doom Pop. We've already established that it's pretty safe for me to sell all of my mods that I have duplicates of, except for one. Unless if I have some compelling use case to have a backup, right? To have a lower level version for a new weapon or frame or whatever. I have a question, but I need to think about how to ask it in a not stupid way. I think I've had this answer before, I just don't remember. So if I have a set of mods equipped on, say, Saturn, I don't have to go onto Saturn and unequip those mods to equip the exact same mods on a new frame, right? Like, they're available to all my frames simultaneously, almost like a loadout.
Operator, did you hear that? It said... Cosmic background radiation is a riot!
Diamond skin, flame repellent, heated charge. I gotta thank the person who got me the frickin' 22 revenge drops in that mission. I should have stayed with them. It also looks like that's a great mission to get Endo effectively. Maybe I'll just do an entire episode one of these days that's just nothing but running that mission over and over. Alright, yeah. Thank you. What are you going for it for, Dark Doom Bob? What do you want from it? So I think I can filter by the stuff that I have equipped, right? I'm trying to remember how to do that. Can I also do these upgrades from the arsenal menu over here?
Not taken any.
Hot drop boost. Let's see what I can fit over here. My God, I have so much capacity that I'm not using. Jeez Louise. You switch. So I go mods, and that only shows me the mods they currently have equipped. Okay. So duration is the one that I really want to go crazy on, right? Oh, as a flawed mod, that's the max for continuity. How do I get a real continuity then? I feel like 12% duration is like an extra second. I guess maybe an extra second adds up over time, but it doesn't feel great. Void missions? Enjoying the shotgun. I'm going to lose it so fast here. It makes me sad. Equip blunderbuss now. Yeah. Maybe shotgun spaz. Although if I can get something that involves reload speed, maybe. What does punch through do? Can I like look at see a description, like a tooltip for what these do? Is that just ignoring a certain amount of defense or something? Like they'll literally pierce through the enemy and out the back of them, basically. Just through. Pass through enemies and objects. Oh, interesting. So this, if there's enemies that are literally right next to each other, this would cause a single shotgun shot to hit both of them. Huh. Well, I like that. I mean, well, that sounds great. Can I do that some more? Can I afford it? Is that usually something that you can only do with shotguns? +1 punch through. And that's measured in... Is that like meters or something? Or it's just a meaningless number that's relative to itself? That's not a big deal on the reload speed. I guess I'm mostly taking that for the punch through. Yeah, and this is a rare mod because it's gold. It's bronze, silver, and gold, is that right? It's meters, okay. See if I can afford one more since that would max it. Okay. All right, well, we'll see how that works out in practice, but it sounds pretty cool. Probably need to upgrade this guy some more. I think I've been neglecting it because I don't want to accidentally max it. Crit chance, damage. So it's just that pistols are able to use a lot of different kinds of sorry, I can use my words here. They can use a lot of different kinds of damage types by default, because it looks like I can add electricity and heat, puncture and slash. Oh, not enough. Okay. Oh, I just have more mods for pistols. Okay, I thought it was automatically selecting from ones that I didn't have. The bow. Lots of room now, finally. Pressure point. Probably borderline necessary. I don't know why I have 2 pressure points. I must have fucked something up. Will I get more endo back if I dissolve this, since I already put points into it? I'm guessing I don't get a full refund, but I can't really get that to be cheaper, right? One more level and I can do Fury. Just equip this to use those slots, but I'll replace it with Fury soon. I don't have any mods for the Parazon, okay. Taxon's max too. So is Taxon also just a companion? I guess I could try to buy another
Operator, please return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
another blueprint before the end of the episode if I can afford it. How much money am I sitting on right now? Ooh, not a lot. I don't know if I'm gonna get to 100K before the episode's over. Let's see. Okay, so I did one of those. Now we need to be public. Okay. Void Fisher. Does it matter which one I do? I guess it depends on what kind of mission I want, right? I guess Exterminate's less stressful. Sure, go for it. What's up with the voting on mission thing? I'm not in an existing group, right? Or just like waiting for people to join or something? It's just a bug. Here we go.
Tenno, the balance of power continues to shift. Navigate. There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
Sounds good.
The synthesis scanner is detecting a potential target.
Someone in here is going ham, killing things.
There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics.
So I think I just accidentally picked up a whole bunch of reactant last time. Is that just something enemies are dropping while I'm killing them or something? So much happens in this game without me realizing what's going on. It's like, part of it is that I'm stupid, right? That I'm not paying close enough attention, or I'm distracted as a streamer or whatever, but I feel like there's some kind of onus on the game itself to make things impossible to miss.
A relic has been cracked open. Finish your
Well,
mission to find
relic's
out what's
cracked
inside.
open. Wow, I really should have done a group last time. Good God, that was fast.
Please collect our debts.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another
Jesus
successful
Christ.
mission. Find extraction.
Oh, video games. Someone's already there waiting for us. I'm about to fall. Sorry, I tried. Golden glowing enemies. Okay. And you just pick them up automatically when they drop. And you pick up almost everything automatically in this game, right? Except for one kind, there's like a white star item that you have to manually pick up. I guess whatever they're trying to say to take is probably the good item.
Another job well executed.
Thunderbolt for a bow. Oh, that sounds interesting. Should be our last one. Wait, I don't know this relic. But I had a third one. Apparently I don't. I'll go do Helene one more time then, I guess. Which is probably gonna max out my shotgun. Ah! Pain. Oh, okay. Hey, thanks for joining, Doom Bob. Oh, really? Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I'm kind of coming at it from a perspective of, to play this game appropriately, I should always have... Everything equipped should need XP, right? But you're saying it might be ultimately faster to bring this weapon and just use it to clear missions while I have trash weapons on the side that I'm maxing out with it? Oh, now the staff is useful. Basically assumed that I had the do double damage mod, apparently. Is it really that fast? I'll be honest with you, I kind of hate that. Like, I can see how this game will be fun for me eventually, and I can see myself eventually having the core loop click for me, but like... The idea that weapons can max so fast... Or they could take, you know, 8 hours, depending on how you're playing... just fills me with anxiety and stress. You have to re-level it a bunch of times anyway. Okay. See, if that, I don't know how you communicate that in the early game, because the early game seems to be sending me messages that this game is about leveling up frames and guns and adding to your stable and trying out new things, and when you max them, switching to something new, because, like, your mastery level is based on how many things you've maxed out, right? But it sounds like your incentive structure changes dramatically as you get towards the end game. I guess it's like transitioning from leveling your character and completing the main story quest to, like, collecting tomestones in Final Fantasy XIV, which are almost completely different loops. Tomestones are basically just a shitty form of XP that gets annihilated on a much faster time scale than actual XP gets annihilated from expansion to expansion. I think there's just like a really high mastery burden in this game. Like you really have to understand how everything works and how everything fits together and what the right way to play is and what the wrong way to play is. And I bet once you have all those pieces of the puzzle put together, it's probably fun as hell. I think that's probably the deal with Path of Exile too. Once you completely and utterly understand Path of Exile, you know what all of the vendors do, all the different ways you can modify your items, like the most efficient way to get mods on your gear, when you should start paying attention to drops, which uniques are relevant. Then it's probably a fucking blast to go through with all the cool complexity of this skill tree and make a build for this season, right? But like, the interim period when you don't know what you're doing and you can't tell if any action is a good use of your time or a total waste is tough. Leveling from 1 to max in an MMO versus grinding for high level at endgame, yeah. Sure.
Continue to defend.
That's what I was saying about tomestones in Final Fantasy XIV, that's high level grind. Tomestones. We made 100 dungeons, and the most time efficient way to gain them is to spend 15 minutes a day running one of 3 of them. It makes me want to cry, Spiky. It really does. Just the volume of content that's there in a game like Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV does a better job than usual of like trying to keep the content that's in the game relevant somewhat, a little bit. And World of Warcraft just doesn't care, you know? Like, those dungeons are gone. You got a chance to play them when they were out, and they're basically pointless now. Maybe they'll show up in Time Walking for a few minutes. The idea of big swaths of your video game being a limited time experience, just like it... I don't know, I have this weird, like, desire for all art experiences to be archived in some way. Like, for the experience of playing a game to be available in perpetuity. And MMOs already, like, challenge that just based on the concept of a live service game, but some MMOs are worse about it than others. It's bad enough that just like one day the servers will get shut down, right? And no one will be able to play it ever. That's already enough to provoke some significant ennui. It looks like I can shatter those from the inside, can I? See, I thought I just did. Maybe the reward's worse. I think you'd want to make the rewards better for the older stuff so that, like, the players who are getting into your game have people to play with them. Or maybe you don't want people to play with them who are in the end game because they're going to, like, speed through it and be annoyed with the new players. Yeah, it's interesting. You can probably... I can't think of any two live service games that have this exact same approach to old content, right? Like, this game's already pretty different from Path of Exile, is already pretty different from Destiny 2, which to me is the worst possible model of the... just keep deleting things from the game. I can't tell if that's applying the shields to my allies or not. I think that one did. Let me get the real continuity mod here. Not have activated that when I did. So if I have some kind of better ability duration and energy engine, the way you play Gara is to have your 2 up, use your 4 to refresh your 2, pop the glass wall, and repeat, right? Yeah, it sounds like Guild Wars 2 kind of has their shit together. I played a shitload of Guild Wars 2. I had every single achievement in the game until the end of Living Story Season 1. To the point where I was like trying to connect to get a limited time achievement while I was at an airport, and the achievement was bugged. And I was like, this is too much work. I shouldn't be playing this game while I'm traveling. PoE is deleting old content. Interesting. I thought they already did a thing where like some of their like patch content would get rotated in and out from the game depending. Like they wouldn't necessarily have every single league mechanic in the game. That felt pretty good. Oh, they are? Really? I was going to ask about that whole season thing, if it ever became possible to get achievements that you missed, or if they were completely temporary, because that was the one thing that turned me off. I don't like feeling like I have to play a video game in a certain time frame. It's interesting, too, because like a game like RuneScape, which intentionally has no temporary content, like I'm more likely to play that game a shitload for like hours and hours per day if I feel like I have infinite time to experience it. But if I feel like I have a limited time to experience a game, I just quit immediately. Like, no thank you. Steve is paradoxical.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue
I
fighting?
gotta leave after that. I got my thing.
Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Alright, my pistol's maxed. I don't think I have a backup pistol. I'll go check here in a second. Swipe is new. What does that do? For a Kavat? Okay. Whatever that is. Let's leave squad instead of going solo to leave squad. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that game. I don't hate Guild Wars 2 by any stretch. This is a pistol. Afford to make it, right? Is the Kraken also a pistol? So I could just make both of them. Oh no, I can't afford to make both of them because they both cost credits. Hell, I won't get to use it this episode, but we've got 2 hours left. So if I have a max pistol for part of it, I'll just try not to cry. And then cry a lot. Increasingly rapid, 2 quick shots. Why not?
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grenier. Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this?
Oh, I never maxed my kunai. Okay, well that's good. I can start working on that then. This is one of the ones I started with, I think. 80% damage. I still have 6. Do these have the cost to equip them? No. Yes, rounded up, right? I can't do... Okay, I can't equip both of those, right? Do the Mark 1 still count toward mastery? I guess that's all that really matters, right?
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno
For
arm
10
themselves.
more of these. I want to upgrade that. I don't know if I have enough endo for it. I think I have very little endo at the moment. I have 13 endo. All right. Well, guess we'll equip these other ones. The Prime Vault is FOMO. Yeah, thanks for playing, Doombob. Someone must have had some kind of mod to increase the drop rate. I was getting so many of them before. And that will work if multiple people in the group all have it. It'll affect everybody, basically. Deleted frames. Yeah, yikes. Oh my god, there's a frame that affects drop rates? Or they had like a mod that was affecting an ability that was afflicting all the enemies that was affecting drop rates? It's kind of cool. Ah. Fire rates. I'm gonna get those companions. That would be nice. Okay, so I think I have to burn one more of these things. Spy. People like defense. Oh, this is on Helene, so that's perfect, right? Can I get more relics while doing this? Is that how that works? Oh, interesting. So I could have equipped more.
Void Fissures. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury?
So I could have done one mission with multiple of these equipped, I guess. I see.
You're near a fissure.
Someone have like a thing they paid for to play music? It's kind of funny.
To open a relic. The reactant is working on your relic. Find more.
These are the guys that drop reactants. Yeah, that attack's pretty rad, I gotta say. When I have enough energy to do it repeatedly. Also, this seems like much better enemy density than previous missions I've been on. I'm making that up. I should check how close I am to the next mastery rank. I also need to do the weekly mission with the weird, like, agility test, right? The obstacle levels. So I'll try to do that after I finish this next junction, I guess. It's these based on player count. But how are they marked on the map? Maybe orange things? Oh, that's defend. I guess I picked it up somehow, but I didn't see when I did it.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
There's a arrow, okay. There tend to be more than 10 that drop in the course of a mission like this, or is it exactly 10 and I have to make sure I step on all of them? I see. Hey, 26. Are there any weapons that are just like completely off meta, like they're just really bad or significantly worse, or is that more governed by mods, which you can apply to any weapon, than by the actual weapons themselves? I guess the Mark starter weapons are bad, right? I don't know what I did there, but I pressed X. Thing happened. Is the heck a particularly good shotgun then to have used the limited resource on to double its mod capacity?
Extraction is ready, unless you can handle more of the enemy.
%of all weapons are off meta. There's always a way to make anything viable. Okay, cool.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's
Well,
go home.
sure, yeah, it's true that in any game, like, something's meta and something's not meta, but I'm curious to, like, what the gap is between meta and not meta, you know what I mean? Like, in Souls games, for example, every weapon is fine. There's nothing that's just, like, complete trash, useless garbage for the most part. And that's something that they put a lot of effort into, but there's definitely that you can find a weapon that does 3 times as much damage as the worst weapon in the game, or more, I guess. But the gap between any two average weapons is pretty small, I guess is my point. Alright, I should be able to do the thing now. Let's see. Wow, so when it says double capacity, anytime I get a capacity increase, it gives me double? It wasn't just what it was to start with? That seems kind of nutty. I need a blunderbuss. One of the best PvP weapons was a basic longsword.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
Difference between story content and MMORPG content. And for the story content, you can bring what you want. Okay. I think I understand. I really need to find the real versions of these. Let me go do the next Junction, unlock Uranus, and then I'll do some of the stuff that I have to do regularly. Say that, but that was fun. Now I'm gonna die though, but I didn't kill it fast enough, I guess. Yeah, I really wish these Junction missions were like a really cool intro to a Warframe, and they had like multiple phases and dialogue, and you had to like learn mechanics. but it was that. Oh, Uranus where the story starts. Oh, that's cool. How does that passive work? Like, what counts as a bright light? That's such a fun way to... Is this just a flavorful way to say when some of my abilities are activated, it blinds them? Are there other weapons that have synergy with that that create bright lights that can proc it or something? Really? That's a kind of a wild mechanic. That's cool that it exists. I'm not complaining. Submersible. All right, so I gotta do weekly type stuff here. So one of them is in Maru's Bazaar, and hopefully I'm probably not gonna get this on the first try. Sometimes I've been stuck on it for like 4 or 5 consecutive attempts. It can be frustrating. What? Okay.
Welcome to Maru's Bazaar. You trading, or are you looking to pull some... Hey, welcome to my bazaar.
Oh shit, I'm looking for Ayatan treasures, right? Now, I fucked something up last time I did this, like...
Okay, let's do this. Been a pleasure.
Help me to not screw it up.
For more Ayatan treasures.
Once I get to the treasure, there's something I can do to get more resources before I leave the level, and I think I left the level too early last time. Oh god, I think this is the bad one, isn't it?
Here we go. Let's find
Maybe.
some antiquities.
Actually not sure. That tree is alarming. Maybe this is the bad level. NPC in the bazaar will give me lore. Chests and breakable stuff in the treasure room that drop mods. And once I'm there, I have infinite time to break those before I leave the level.
Unfortunately for you, it was also
And the door closes behind me if I get the treasure and then leave, right? I see. A rare instance where you actually should be opening stuff, I guess. Well, I'm about to fail.
I mean, you're gonna be fine. Promise.
Maybe this isn't the bad one. The bad one's the one that has the tree branches and the wind, I guess. Fuck, I don't know where I'm going. I have no idea what I'm doing. Where was I supposed to go? These missions are baffling to me. Like, it's the one thing that seems to require the cool movement of Warframe. You can only do it once per week, and like, they really require you to already know the level and the movement, it seems like. I stepped on a pressure plate that opened the door. I'm gonna walk back in order to attempt it again, right? So I have to find pressure plates for this one, right? Is the level the same every time at least, or is it going to be slightly different?
Hey, came to train? Or did you find some... Hey, welcome to my bazaar. Lucky for you, I've got a hot... I knew it. Okay,
this is also a thing where you can like accidentally and somewhat trivially misplay, right? Because you should always turn in your crystals you get from this after they've been socketed into statues, but you can not do that and just lose out on a significant amount of potential endo, right? It's completely random each time. Okay. Maybe I want the one with the tree branches.
Okay, the Itan treasure's marked on your map. Time to go to work.
This is one of those things where it makes sense to have an important mission like this that gives you a cool resource that everybody wants. Like if you're following Warframe for 9 years and they patch this in sometime, it's like, oh, that's kind of cool. But as someone coming at the game like long after it's been out for some times, it's just very surprising that there's one of these, right? There don't seem to be any other like comparable weekly agility focused missions.
Was known for its beautiful Itan treasures. Fortunately for you, it was also known for its deadly security apparatus.
You guys want me to go a different direction? Or basically the, what was it, the Realm Reborn patch content effect, where if you were waiting patch to play the story, it made perfect sense for each patch to have like 4 hours of story missions. You're trying to catch up today, it's like, oh my god, I want to die. They can spawn in regular void missions too. Interesting. They just don't produce like endo crystals, I guess.
Oh, wow. This looks dangerous. For me. I mean, you're gonna be fine. Promise.
Okay, so I need to find some kind of pressure plate down here, is what we're saying, right? Dude, I honestly don't see what you're talking about. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm looking for a plate. Could someone like post a screenshot of it from the VOD or something? I have no idea. Same room up there in the back. Like that doesn't mean anything to me, I'm sorry. I'm sure it'll make sense once I see where it is. I know you're doing your best with limited information to try to communicate with, especially with like stream delay and stuff, but I feel like they could give you like double the time to do those, or triple the time to do those, or quadruple the time to do those, and it wouldn't really change anything, right? Like, square plate in the back of the room on the top of the platform. Okay, so let me try to recreate it mentally. I shoot the...
Hey, came to train?
I shoot the little... I step on the first platform. Oh god, don't do that. Go away. Stop that. No, I'm not trying to trade. Oh god.
Hey, welcome to my bazaar. So, looking for Iatan? I knew it.
I step on the first pressure plate, it opens the door. I go through the door, there's 2 lasers. I jump over the laser, I go down, I turn, I go into a big open room that I have to do high jumps into. Where is the pressure plate in that big open room? It's in that big open room, right?
Okay, you know the drill. Get in. Get the Iatan treasure. Don't get killed. Simple, right?
Back of the big open room at the top. Okay.
stumbled across an Orokin codex that said this tower was known for its beautiful Iatan treasures. Unfortunately for you,
I saw the paint. That was like the conveyance. You can climb up this wall paint. Yeah, I do remember that. I think I'll be able to find it again, maybe. Okay, thank you.
Well, this should be fun. Maybe you should.
Oh no, now I got a different one, didn't I?
You know,
Maybe not. What? Was this just not a room I was supposed to go in? I'm gonna scream. I'm so sorry, guys. Like, I don't understand these missions. Oh, I could just move through that. Okay. But not through that? Down? Into the death trap. Not through the open doors in the room. These missions need to be dissected in a lab. I don't... Like, the fact that there's a big, long level that has enemies in it that you're clearly not intended to fight, right? I'm just being salty, but... If it was just a difficult thing and I just failed at it because, like, I couldn't jump or something, it would be fine, but I feel like an alien playing these levels. Like, how do people get these?
Well, if you're looking for Maru's Bazaar, so...
Okay, let's see if this takes me fewer than 10 attempts.
Okay, let's do this.
I feel like I almost need to leave my future self notes about all the different variations of the room and what the weird path they want you to take is. Some frames can make it easier. I'm guessing if you play this game a shitload and you do this every week, you see all the variations pretty quickly and you just know where to go immediately and you don't even think about it, right? So it's not a big deal. I guess this maybe isn't even, I mean, it's probably a decent amount of endo if you do it in 3 minutes, but if you have to attempt it 10 times, probably better off just going to Helene.
This tower was known for its beautiful Iatan treasures. Unfortunately for you, it was also known for its deadly security apparatus.
See which one we get here. This one again. So you said it's above where the claw marks were on the wall, is that right? Yeah, I thought shooting this thing was what made that open last time.
Well, this should be fun. Maybe you should stretch first. You know, limber up.
Shit, I'm already in trouble. This thing? Okay, I see it at least. What? What? Why did it fade out like that when I was dashing into the room? At least I know what to do now if I roll this one again. I'm telling you, dissected in a lab. I gotta find somebody else. If anyone else watches Warframe streamers, particularly like people who have never played the game before and are trying it out at their community's request or something, and you recommend those missions to them to get endo, I just want to, if there's even one other person, actually either would be edifying. If you can find someone who does it and just thinks they're amazing and gets it right away and has no problem with them, that would be interesting, because that would confirm my suspicions that I'm just an alien.
Welcome to Maru's Bazaar. You trading? If you're looking for Maru's Bazaar. So, looking for Ayat? I knew it. Okay, let's do this.
I have all the questions. I think this is attempt 6. Maybe it's 5. I should have had it last time, I think. Something happened where my character like phased out while I was flying through the wall.
Let's find some antiquities.
Worried I'm gonna get a third variant now. I don't think so though.
I stumbled across an Orokin codex that said this tower was known.
Okay, I think this is the one where I have to drop in the hole.
Unfortunately for you, it
This
was
map
also
layout.
known for its deadly security apparatus.
Unfortunately for me, indeed. Crouch in midair. Oh, you mean like when I start to slide, basically? Okay, thanks. I think I'm kind of already instinctively doing that when I'm moving around most of the time, but once I get in there, there's like some really tight turns. I see. I'm gonna get non-clinical PTSD from the drums that play during these missions.
Stretch first. You know, limber up.
So it's supposed to drop me immediately? Wait. No, this is the way I came. Fuck. No, I'm supposed to go in here and then fall. Oh my god. I have to fall in there. I'm in the completely wrong place now, right? Actually, I have no idea where it just sent me. So I have to fall in that hole, go in the room, fall in the hole, don't go up the thing. No turning around. So was going up the thing turning around? That's what I didn't understand.
Hey, did you hear, Tenno? If you're looking for Maru's Bazaar. So, Looking for Iate? I knew it.
All right, attempt
Okay,
7.
Let's do this. Here we go. Let's find some antiquities.
Turn 100 is going up to Superman 64. After you do the first fly through the ring stage, they give you 6 seconds to figure out you have to lift up a car and throw it, and if you fail, you do the ring stage again. Yeah.
I stumbled across an Orokin codex that said this tower was known for its beautiful Iatan treasures. Unfortunately for you, it was also known for its deadly security apparatus.
Solve my maze. I think that this... I played a lot of games on stream. I think it's like coming up on 800 soon. And this game, for the most part, I wouldn't describe as baffling. It has a lot of decisions where it's like, oh, I can see how that came to be because of like iteration. It probably made sense for people playing the game from patch to patch. But I think that this mission, this like style of mission, is one of the most baffling things I've ever seen in video games. It's just a combination of everything. The fact that there's a whole stage, that there's enemies that you're not supposed to fight, that there's a time limit. Go in here, fall in the hole, right? That it's only attemptable once per week. No, not a... That's where it points me, game! I'm like, fucking... God damn it. So there is turning around once you fall down the hole, right? Just kill me, game. Ignore the marker. Well, even it's like after I fall, my character is automatically... Well, maybe it depends on which way I was facing while I was falling. All right, attempt number 9. Super worth it. Lex wins. Yeah, right. Well, both variants too, because the other one, the marker is irrelevant because the marker is pointing to where you have to go after pressing the pressure plate, right?
Welcome to my bazaar.
And you don't necessarily know that you need a pressure plate when you first get in there.
Let's do this.
I know, right? I can't believe I talked shit about the one that has trees and wind at the bottom of it before. If only I could get that one now. I think that one would be easy. I have a better handle on like wall jumping now than I did in previous attempts. And the high jump. It may have been, yeah. There's another door in this facility that doesn't open right away for some reason.
The tower was known for its beautiful Iatan treasures. Unfortunately for you, it was also known for its deadly security apparatus.
No kidding, Maru. You know what's worse than the security apparatus? The time lock.
Well, this should be fun. Maybe you should stretch.
This one again. Okay. But watch, by the time I have this one under control, I'm gonna get the first one again. I can feel it. Don't fall. What? Now it's different again. Ah! Can I just do this one without thinking, maybe? Why was this one so much easier? Oh, God. Jesus fucking Christ.
Don't look now, tin stuff. There's an I-10 nearby. That's what we came here for. Your job's done.
Can I break the death orb? No, it's these are the chests I need to open, right?
Got this, Marstead. Wait. Ow.
Sweet Jesus God.
First try.
Oh, those aren't actual things to check, are they? Yeah, I just didn't have a wrong path. Still pretty tight timing-wise. Alright, I need to pick these things up. Please go ahead and tell me in chat if I miss one of those. I'm bad at noticing them, because I can depend on auto pickup for everything else in the game. So some chests in the main room. It also looks like there are certain versions of this room where, like, it's easier to get to the side chest because the door doesn't close behind you quite as quickly. The one that I did last week, the door closed behind me, like, instantly. There's boxes in the area that I ran through on the way out. Okay, so I have all the ones up here, right? Okay. I guess there's like a slowing icicle thing, right? These have good resources in them, or just the ones at the end? This one might not even close the door behind you. They have a chance to. Sorry, I'm responding to Comcast about something. Steel fiber, crowd dispersion, calculated redirection, steel fiber. Okay, now I have a statue to put these in. If I want to put stars in my statue, do I do that from Mario or can I do that from just a regular menu? The mod menu, which I have to do on my ship, right? Oh, all right, well. This one, right? Iatan treasures. And I should only turn one in when I've filled it with all of the stars. I'm sorry, do I not have any that I can place stars in yet? I don't think I do. Or it needs different colors of stars. Click Visit Maru directly. Click the actual sockets on the physical model. Okay. So I need an amber star. Is there another way to get an amber star? Can I safely sell the ones that don't have sockets in them? Yep. Cost plat to buy them from other players. Interesting is a really good word, yeah.
Hey,
Stars
looking here,
drop
Tenno?
everywhere.
I'm turning. If you're looking for Maru's Bazaar, you've come to the right place.
So I can... Definitely the ones that don't have sockets. These two I can sell with no problem, right? There's an auto-install button for the stars, but it's gated behind Mastery rank. They do have sockets. Wait, why did... So do these already have stars in the sockets? Is that what those are?
See you around, tin suit.
It shows them when I'm selling them like they're full. Okay, they always need 2 cyan and an amber. Do I get more total out of a one that's worth more by default? Like this one is worth a little bit more than this one, so is it better to socket the more expensive one? This one's cyan, amber, and cyan. Okay. So I gotta get an amber and 1 cyan, and then I can sell them. Somebody really liked the Resident Evil 4 treasures. All right, let's leave that behind us. That was until next session a few months from now, when I'll scream about it again. Mastery rank. How do I see how far I am from getting a mastery rank? Is that under my profile, maybe? 5104 is based on... Am I getting this every time a weapon gets mastered, or anytime a weapon gets XP of any kind, I'm getting mastery points?
Cosmic background radiation.
I don't think I'll get it in an hour, but I'll try. Start doing... You said void missions have a chance to drop? God, there was something I wanted that required void missions. The non-flawed ability duration mod? Hold on, let me fully upgrade my... Since they're going to be maxed out anyway. Upgrade these guys.
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return
Great.
covered in blood. Safe and sound.
I think they already have almost everything they can have, right? This calculated redirection is new. No, it's not. Never mind. So one of them's like QOL and one of them's like damage. One weapon rank is 100 MR, and one Warframe or companion rank is 200 MR. Okay. So you can get a lot of MR by leveling up shitty weapons really fast, like getting them to like rank 10 or 20, since that happens very quickly. Capture missions are fast. I'm going to try a capture mission here, and then I guess I'll try to continue to the next thingy. Junction. That's the word.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
All right, I gotta tell you all about this Comcast thing. So Comcast is charging me $226 a month for 30 megabyte upstream, which is what I need for streaming, 300 megabyte downstream, and that's like gouging just compared to any other ISP. It's insane that they're charging that much. So I found that they had a deal for $90 a month online. And so I said, hey guys, this is kind of messed up. I want this $90 a month. That's a little bit more reasonable. And I got put into contact. I got put into contact with the escalation department and the retention department, and they just emailed me and said, oh, the $90 a month is only for new customers to offset new installation costs. I'm like, guys, the difference between $226 a month and $90 a month for the 2-year contract is like $3,000. Does it cost a new customer $3,000 to get a new Comcast installation? Are you kidding me? The person is clearly just lying. Like, they don't actually have a reason why I can't get the $90 amount. I used to work in a call center, and we'd occasionally get people who would get worried by customer complaints and would just make shit up sometimes.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
So I don't know what to do. Like, do I just like email and reply and say offset new customer installation fees? Does it cost a new customer $3,000 to get a new Comcast installation? Like, do I just call them out on it? Do I just ask to talk to the supervisor? Do I just give up? Probably just give up, to be honest. Shit.
Love folks who love what they do.
Hey, I did a thing. It was totally on purpose. So, if I wanted to get specific mods from doing a void mission, I wouldn't get them from clearing the mission. I'd get them from fighting enemies and opening chests, I guess? Or do you get anything that's specific to mission clearing? The boxes I was breaking? Okay. Well, I gotta get to that anyway. I gotta get to Titania, so let's start here. Exterminate submersible. Okay, we are global again, just in case I get a group here. I think what she meant, Spiky, was, oh, it costs a new customer money to get a new installation. Like, they have to pay like a $40 installation fee. So we offer them a monthly price for 2 years that's $120 cheaper per month than what you're paying to offset that one-time installation fee of $40 to have the technician come out and, like, hook up the cable, right? So I'm like, really? That's why you're offering a lower price to new customers?
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
Cool new mission level. I like that it's a submersible because you're on Uranus. Uranus is a gas giant, isn't it? I guess maybe it's diving into the gas. Oh, well, this is bad. I think I need to take that elevator. Does it actually care that I didn't take the elevator? No, it didn't. It's neat. So that point where I fell on my face, if I had like done a roll right at the end, I would have, or not a roll, but a slide, I would have been able to cancel the landing animation. Only specific rooms have the right boxes. They have different drop tables, even though they look the same. Rolls and slides both cancel a hard landing. Okay. Thank you. Very helpful. I just did that to refresh my tube, but I don't know if that was worth it. The thing that might appear on earnest missions that I want to scan. Okay, if you see it, let me know. Scanning thing feels like a thing that you don't do super regularly, but which is pretty valuable whenever you have the opportunity to. Don't underestimate my ability to not know what the hell is going on in this game because I'm bad. But okay, I'll keep that in mind. Come on. There you go. Good job. Mercy is grab him by the crotch and like spike them onto the ground. Whoa, that was great. Trying to get away so my shields can come back. So not the openable chests. How do I avoid that fire attack, by the way? Can I, like, roll through it or something? I think I get hit by it every time. When they finally do die, it's a mercy. Is there a reason to mercy as opposed to killing them any other way? Does it like give you different loot or something? Lay a weapon out, you'll do damage but not knock you down. Okay. try to roll through it next time. There's an energy drop. It's nice to see.
You are surrounded by Grenier Marines.
You can see some electricity on the floor there. It helped that the enemies weren't standing in it. Ow, 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 ow. What the? Jeez. They, like, pulled me into it, it looked like there. Thank God I don't have to kill 100% of enemies and exterminate. Yeah, they're doing some kind of like pole attack that's being there. Come on, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm out of ammo with my main weapon and shit. Am I like dodging damage during that right click stance or something? It looked like I was taking less damage during it. Okay, I'm not seeing a lightning trap y'all are talking about. I'll try to watch for it next time I run into one. You shoot it at zaps enemies instead. Nice. So did I just trigger a lightning trap? Is that why I have no shield all of a sudden? I didn't see one. Saw the zappy water a while ago. I like melee. Like, it feels kind of cool, but it also makes the game really hard to follow because you're like... It's kind of like the problems with melee in a first-person game. Like, your character's just like flying around everywhere and you kind of have to point your reticle away in order to melee effectively.
Another
Another successful mission.
It's weird.
Mind extraction.
Hooray! This is not so bad because I'm not doing this constantly, right? I have to jump up and point down. Has anyone played a game that just really nails the different perspectives between like active fast melee and shooting gameplay? I feel like you either have to go Dark Souls where the ranged attacking feels clunky and bad, or you have to go shooter where the melee feels weird, or it intentionally super slow, or it's just like a finisher or something, right? Different types of melee weapons, different movesets, and come with different mods to change those sets. That's cool. Yeah, I imagine there, like, I really enjoyed the hammer. It was fun to play with, but it also, I imagine it was hard to watch. Like, if I were watching somebody else do it, it might make me motion sick because you're just jumping up and pointing down constantly. It's like, what am I looking at? Golly. Okay, upgrade a little bit more if I can. Probably not. Nothing's really gotten level ups here in a minute. Move on. Jedi Knight did a good job. I was going to try to keep doing these until I got close to the next junction, but I feel like if I'm only doing mastery missions once per episode, I should try to do a mastery mission. So I don't really want to grind, though. I want to try to make progress. I'm tempted to go do Helene just to try to get quick, easy mastery ranks for the next level up. I need a certain number of mastery ranks to beat the game, or not to beat the game, but to do all the story missions. Isn't that true? Or am I making that up? Caliban. Warframe struggles with melee versus range. Melee used to be the only thing viable for late game. They buffed range and now it's all anyone uses. I see. I thought I hit like a junction that was MR locked.
Search for the hostage and bring them home.
Did you ever use an elevator?
Find the captive as soon as you can. We don't have much time.
But don't worry, the countdown won't start till you alert a warden, if I remember these missions right. Is that a Iatan something or other? What's the white icon that's near me here? Wait, it moved? Remind me, how do I scan again? It's like a weird button that I have to press, right? Trying to press all my buttons here to try to find it. Q? Codex scanner?
Tell? What did you see? My data stream went dark. I am sensing some signal masking. It will
Did I
take
get
some
it?
time to decipher. Concentrate on your mission for now.
There's another one. Okay. Cool alien things. Gotcha.
Mercy. Most melee weapons can do this thing where you like deflect incoming shots, right? If you have the weapon out, but is the bow like particularly good at it or something? I think I have a parry mod on it, but... Whoa! Well, this is cool. I didn't even know that was a thing, I don't think. There's an MR locked quest at MR5 and it's a while away. Okay, thank you. I'll clear my escape path for once I have the prisoner. I guess there's going to be enemies regardless. Oh, that was a lightning trap. Okay. Man, that was hard to see. I'll try to keep an eye out for it, I guess. Yeah, those things suck. See what y'all are talking about. Wow, they do an insane amount of damage. Like, an unbalanced amount of damage compared to what, like, a room full of enemies does. Wow. I wonder if that's just, like, a fixed damage amount for that trap? Regardless of mission difficulty or something?
Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence.
That would be bad. We don't want that. Not every enemy in here is necessarily a warden, or are they? This is pretty cool. Little underwater computer to release them, I guess. Confused. Do I have to open those?
The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry.
Oh, I apparently... Wait, I can't get out of the water. Oh, god damn it. So I have to lower the water to interact with the consoles, but I have to do that before dropping down here? No, I can't. I can't surface. There's like the water surface is impermeable. See? Oh, I have to go to the edge of like... Okay.
We've reached the prison. Find our prisoner in one of these cells.
I'm about to lose. Bye, hostage. Sorry.
You've let the hostage die. This mission is over.
Sorry. I didn't know how to surface from water. I also didn't know that I needed to lower the water first. Oh, you lose the scans? Oh, good.
Our intel suggests that our person of interest is in the vicinity.
Is the
Search
modern
for the
patch
hostage
content,
and
like the
bring
stuff
them
that's
home.
coming out right now, even have anything to do with stuff in the main solar system? I kind of like that they've structured all of the missions as taking place in the solar system. It's kind of cool. Come on, get out. I'm just curious if there's like going to be a point in the game where I'm like, ah, now I'm in the modern era of the game, right? That's something that's almost impossible to tell in Path of Exile because the way they try to weave like, modern patch content throughout the main game. At least more of them spawned.
Tenno, what did you see? My data stream went dark.
Nada, what did you see? Okay, good.
I am sensing some signal masking. It will take some time to decipher. Concentrate on your mission for now.
We're done. Yeah, I've never actually really done maps, so I guess I haven't played what Path of Exile is supposed to be. I don't remember how many hours it took me to finish the 10 acts just playing through at a normal-ish pace, but I think it was like over 20 hours. I think a lot of people do the first 10 acts in like a couple hours with a new league, would be my guess. It's anything like Diablo. Hey. So let's almost kill a bunch of dudes. 10, gotcha. That's cool, at least there's a daily mission and stuff. I was just curious, like I guess there are obvious tells in Final Fantasy XIV, for example, that you're in a new expansion, right? Yeah, okay, this is the game as it's kind of currently intended to be experienced. Or I'm getting closer to that point. I assume this one's all linear too, right? Like, everything they've added is required that you do the previous things to get to it. I guess not necessarily, right? Because like some of the open world content is accessible pretty early. And that was added more recently, wasn't it? Different layout this time.
The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry. The captive will be in one of these cells. Search them.
Man, fuck that minigame up, maybe. Hooray! First try.
Prisoner located. We need to get them back to command in one piece. Find your way to the exit.
I can give them a pistol, can I?
The subject behind.
They like love me technically? What?
They killed the hostage.
I didn't see where the hostage was.
I need a weapon.
A little late for that. Right after Mars, which hasn't been updated in more than a decade. Was that NPC in the room that I was trying to get into?
This is a rescue mission. We need to find and liberate the hostage before any harm comes to them.
This way.
Find the captive as soon as you can. We don't have much time.
Is it like doing something with the corpses or something? It's hard to tell. Got those guys scanned.
Tenno, what did you see? My data stream went dark.
It's a really good question. I think you have to pay for those charges, don't you? Or there's a way to farm for them in game?
I am sensing some signal masking. It will take some time to decipher. Concentrate on your mission for now.
Used to be a resource sink, but now it's like trivial to replace them. I guess I'm wasting charges every time I die or fail the mission, aren't I? I didn't even think about that.
You are approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence.
Can I like stealth kill them, or does that still count as them detecting me? Oh, thanks, Ad. A little companion, I aggroed one.
Here are the holding cells. Search each one for the hostage.
Actually gets pretty fast. Alright, I need to see if I can figure out where the hostage is this time.
The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry.
Thank you, Tenno.
Where are you? Are they getting like pulled out instantly?
To the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest.
Oh my god. Try to give them my 2 if I can. Hostage teleports with me, which reduces the damage that they're taking, I assume. And they're like, don't leave the hostage. Definitely leave the hostage.
You are surrounded by Grenier Marines.
It's fine. You're fine. The enemy is everywhere. Hold the line.
Check your inbox, operator. Maybe orders will get a message.
Nata. Okay, I don't know what that is, but... Oh, it's just a new quest, I guess? Alright, let me see. We got 30 minutes left. I'm going to see if I can quickly get some mastery rank by just farming really quick on Helene. So if I'm trying to level up, regular defense is fine, and if I have plenty of meso artifacts, then the Fisher defense is probably preferable, is that right? Yeah, I feel like I can barely tell when I'm putting my buff on somebody else. Like, my reticle doesn't, like, put a little highlighter around them, and then I can kind of see this spinning glass effect, but it's kind of subtle. Next to their name on the HUD. Oh, like in the top right corner, you mean? It also shows my buff countdowns, it looks like, up there. Circles of the 3 under them is the number of allies in affinity sharing range. Oh, that's cool. Was there a thing like that to tell me how many enemies were in range of my infection on Saturn? No, I guess that's harder to calculate, isn't it? I guess it just showed me the little infected bubble in the top bottom right corner. That was pretty nice. I guess that wall stayed there the whole time, huh? The actual wall lasts a long time once summoned. Wait, is that an ally? Or do they have a yellow bar, like... Oh, are those like pets or something? Usually I see the yellow health bar, that's how I know it's an enemy. Later, Doom Bob. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your help earlier. Whoa, so, okay, I don't think I appreciated that my individual abilities could level up. What all does that accomplish? Is that happening when I use them more? Like, it said Splinter Storm just leveled up. Or is that just based on my frame level?
Extraction is ready, unless you can handle more of the enemy. Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
20 seconds. So eventually at frame level 30, that's the highest it can possibly go. So So is it 2 for each ability then? Level 1 and then level 2 on it? Dude, I keep thinking those are enemies. Probably should try to get another main weapon crafting for next episode since I'll be done with the heck. I'll keep this as a backup for later missions for leveling stuff up like y'all were saying, but... Or is that a faulty way of thinking about it? Should I just use the heck for every, though I won't be getting XP anymore, just to like clear missions faster and level up my melee weapon, pistol, frame, and everything else around it? Let's change the numerical, because it doesn't add any new effects. Gotcha, thank you. Alright, this frame makes more sense now that this buff is level 2, because I think it made the duration significantly longer by default. It seems like it's way more reasonable for me to keep it up. Okay, so after this level, after I bail out of this one, probably on wave 15, I'll ask for some help with looking through the marketplace, maybe. I probably can't afford to buy any blueprints, so I'll just see what's in the foundry. Is this mission also a decent way to generate credits? It looks like it's okay for Endo, depending on how many mod drops you're getting. How often does Gara's 2 do damage? Is it like once per second? There's a meta credit farm on Neptune. I'm gonna try to leave a note to myself about that. Is there anything that makes this a meta leveling defense mission? There's plenty of other defense missions. Is it just like a particularly small map or something? Good enemy density, good enemy faction? Someone probably answered this earlier, but I missed it if somebody did. Can I have multiple glass walls on the map at the same time if I'm just trying to press it to keep my buff running? I think the answer is no. I think summoning a new one shattered my old one. Attacking a pet again, aren't I? One wall at a time. Map is good, level range is good, faction is solid, resources are good. Is there like a least favorite faction in the game to go up against? Because they have like annoying shields or something? something that players will like globally try to ignore. Did that in the wrong order. Whoops.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or
Union
continue
Shield.
fighting?
Are there any factions that are actively annoying? Okay.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Got rank 30 on my shotgun. I don't think I have any other weapons to swap to. I actually did get a decent amount of credits. I might be able to buy... I won't be able to afford to actually craft the recipe.
Tenno, your codex has been updated with a new quest.
Let me see what's going on in my foundry first. So I'm crafting a Kraken to have a new pistol. What kind of gun is the Gorgon? I guess I could get that started. The Volkar and the Gorgon are both primary weapons. Yeah, I guess chat, let me know which of these you think would be more interesting. I guess I could maybe build both of them if I have the resources for it. Devastating distance. This is like a sniper rifle. This is like... Scrolling over so I can't read. Like an assault rifle, maybe? Suppressing fire? I haven't really tried a sniper rifle. So I'll take this. Slowly
Operator,
increasing fire rate.
Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
Now I can't make the Volkar because I'm out of circuits. Okay. Is there a particularly good place to go for circuits? Just confirming I don't have something else that's not maxed. I guess I could switch to this because I still get mastery rank from the Mark 1 stuff, right? Oh, and I have this Burston and I have this Boltor. Okay, so I'm not in as big of a bad situation as I thought. Doesn't it suck to have like no mods on it on the very first mission, but what are you gonna do? Just gonna do one more. Do one more of those wave missions.
Say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha ha.
To see if I get enough mastery rank here. I feel like I'm getting mastery really slow. I think I've gone up by like 2,000. You're useful for use certain endgame bosses and in the end. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if it's like just an unfortunate feature of it's just an unfortunate feature of sniper rifles that they'll never be useful in a game that's based on enemy density, or if they could find a way to like design a sniper rifle or a mod effect that makes it so after you get a kill with a sniper, or after you do a certain amount of overkill with a sniper, that it buffs your other weapons or something to make it useful. I don't know how you do it.
A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactor to open relics.
Alright, well, it's time to use the bow. This thing sucks. So is the best way to level up the Burstin that I just switched to just kill things with a different weapon entirely, or should I try to lower their health and get the killing shot with the Burstin? The best way to level up your weapons is let your teammates kill everything for you. Really? What's that all about? Like if I do damage to them, does it change the way I'm getting awarded XP or something? When you kill something with a weapon, 50% goes to the Warframe, 50% to the weapon, but when your teammates kill something, 25% goes to the Warframe. The other 75% is split between all of your weapons. So that's why things seem to level insanely fast when I'm doing this group wave mission. Because they're getting the majority of the kills and it's all getting split between my weapons. Interesting. Yeah, I believe y'all that it's possible with efficient play to like always have a new frame to switch to raise your mastery rank, but it seems like you just level so fast and you get the resources you need to craft frames so slowly. I guess maybe you're like target farming and doing the same mission a couple dozen times to get the part you need or something, during which you're probably not getting XP, and then once you have the parts you run over to this mission and do it like a dozen times, and now you're maxed and move on. Right. Exactly.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Probably try to get another melee weapon researching too. It's probably not going to be possible though, unfortunately. Probably just running around picking up mods that are on the ground. Oh god, ragdoll.
Extraction is ready, unless you can handle more of the enemy.
So we probably want to take something can be exchanged for ducats. These so much of this game is hieroglyphics to me. Like it's just all this like gobbledygook text. It's interesting to try to piece together what they're talking about, right? Oh, now I get to pick another one. Okay. Nell Prime Receiver.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Now I have to get 10 radioactive things again, right? I guess you play something like Diablo and like all the item names are procedurally generated nonsense, like Crash Thorns or whatever is the name of the new belt item that you got, but then you hover over it and it's like, oh, this is a belt item and these are the stats it gives you, so the item name doesn't really matter. But here it's like you're getting pieces of a belt thorns, right? So you have to know what the belt thorns is to know what any of the drops mean. Lesser Black Scythe artifacts. Is that really rare, like, mirror item in Path of Exile, right? I wonder if any newbie players has gotten one, and just because they have no idea what the fuck is going on in that game, just, it meant nothing to them because it was gobbledygook, right? And so they didn't pick it up. Guys did. Alright, so it looks like there's little icons on the map that show me mods that have dropped. They look kind of like exclamation points with like a white pattern around them. Okay, I'm gonna try to just focus more on picking those up. For some reason I assume that those are just picking up automatically, regardless of my distance from them if another enemy got killed. This is probably ultimately worth way more endo than that Maru mission. I feel like I'm gonna do that every episode just to renew my bafflement. What was that big orb thing I just picked up? It wasn't a mod, right? Find 1,000 mods. Mods are dropping faster than I can pick them up, it seems like. Feels like there's not enough reactant dropping. So I don't see any markers for them. Just got one. There's two up here, right? Should be one more, I guess. They're like little white dots on my UI, right? Yeah, this thing. What's that? I just picked up. Oh, there's more reactant.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Oh, that's just straight up endo? I didn't realize I could drop it, that you only got that from, like, breaking other stuff down. Right on. It's a player. Of course it is. Curious how many other mods have been leaving on the ground. Wow, that's a really significant amount of endo. This is really, like, insanely more efficient than doing anything else I've done in this game. So, the average person who's played 1,000 hours of Warframe, how many hours do you think they've spent in this mission?
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue
Yeah,
fighting?
right. Maru is efficient if you do it immediately, I imagine. Saying the same thing. Apparently we want the Tenora Prime blueprint. Just taking the one that's a higher rarity. I don't know what I'm doing. People want to do one more, sure.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to
Whoa.
extract will appear soon.
We're going to see a lot of playstyles. Sure, yeah. No, I didn't mean that question to, like, throw shade on Warframe. Like, Diablo 2, I probably played 1,000 hours of Diablo 2, and a pretty significant part of that was doing Mephisto runs, which is the same map over and over. So I totally get it if that's, like, part of the experience. Also, Diablo 3 before Greater Rifts were a thing, you know, just kind of doing the same... I was breaking pots in Diablo 3, which is a real bad time. It's just interesting to think what percentage of games degenerate to, like, a level. You know, you even get that with some PvP-oriented games, I feel like. Where, like, realistically, people are only ever playing on a handful of maps in Smash Brothers or whatever. There are box-breaking farms in Warframe. Yeah, for a while in... when Diablo 3 was at its worst on launch, like, the two efficient ways to play were to load into the Skeleton King's room and just break all the pots, and then use the money to buy items. But the much more efficient way was to just play arbitrage on the auction house and don't actually play the game, right? Buy low, sell high. There's way more progression per second of play, quote unquote play. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, with the whole willing suspension of nihilism thing. Like, it's fortunate that this game has the unique rewards for actually at least clearing missions the first time, and that doing so unlocks story missions that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Right, so you still feel an incentive to go through and do all the stages and fight all the bosses and see all the content. It just feels like at its core, playing games, doing anything, is all about staving off the feeling that you're wasting your time for as long as humanly possible, right? Like, that's the fun of games. It's a illusion that you're intentionally trying to subject yourself to, and so you try to avoid things that call that illusion into question. And I think different people are affected differently, like, by that. I'm definitely in the camp, as it sounds like a lot of y'all are, in that I would quit if all I was doing was this mission for 400 hours, right?
That's it. You open the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
But that's not necessarily true for every player type. Yeah, I appreciate that they're adding stuff like the special daily missions. It's cool. I feel like that should be the objective for any of these games. Like, it's much more it's very difficult to make the missions actually interesting to be run for their own sake. Like, no player in any video game is ever going to just play your game for its own sake. What? Not an online game anyway. We'll do that with like single player experiences. But once you start asking me to repeat content in order to, you know, do more and more stuff in the game, I feel like the least you can do is add some kind of mathematical roulette or incentive or something that sends me to older content. It's disheartening to hear that it sounds like in Final Fantasy XIV, it's now less efficient to run the roulettes that represent the bulk of the content in the game. So people just do the ones that contain the 3 most recent dungeons. It's the first time there's been enough enemies alive near me now, and then they all died by the time I put down my wall. Okay. I just got 13 levels on this assault. Well, I think I did 2 missions technically. I did 1 to 10 and this one to 15, it looks like. Curious how many mods I'm gonna have after all this. Can't do most of this stuff in Nightwave as a new player. I really like the idea of the mastery system. I think that's cool. I like something that officially rewards you for trying out a lot of different content. It happens to slot really neatly into their microtransaction model too, but it looks like they've also developed the game in a mostly responsible way. I feel like this community is very, very open and friendly and welcoming to new players, but I also feel like they must have some kind of like persuasion PTSD with trying to convince people to play the game. Because every time I stream this game, someone pops in and like their first time chatter new messages, you can totally play this game without spending any money. It's completely possible. I'm like, that's cool. Right on. I believe you. I feel bad. I'm not really contributing to my team. I'm kind of just running around picking up mods. Because if I don't run around and pick them up, they'll despawn. I'm hitting guys if I walk past them on the way. But also they seem to be clearing everything just fine, so I kind of get the sense that I'm here to add more, to have an extra role for the relic at the end of the mission, and to add more monster density, right? It's true of Path of Exile and Genshin Impact, yeah.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Yeah, I suppose that's true, Namek. There's a lot of stuff in this game that like is visually blah in terms of making me think that it's really going to push the microtransaction part of the game. And it doesn't actually do that, so it's really not that big of a deal at the end of the day, but like definitely loading in and the first thing I see is a 48-hour limited time discount on Platinum. It's not the best like first exposure, right? Oh my God, I got so many mods here. I got 11 redirection mods in that map alone. Good God. Yeah. See a mountain of premium currency gates. The sane reaction would be to nope the fuck out, right? Okay, so we're at time. I need to leave myself a bunch of future Marstead notes. I just maxed out the bow, and I should check if I have another melee weapon to replace it with. Hold on. I did not get enough mastery rank to do... Oh, shit, I did. All right, we'll go over a little bit to do this, since it's time-gated, right? Thank you.
Tenno are more than just fighters. Prove your intellect by hacking these terminals.
Gotcha, Namek. Really. That's a hell of a puzzle. I wasn't expecting this as a mastery test. That's kind of cool, actually. I don't know how aggressive it's going to be. I don't think I've done the super hard version of this before, so hopefully it's fine. I can right-click to rotate the other direction, is that right? Middle click, maybe? First try.
A formidable performance. This test is now complete.
Yeah, you're welcome to add that. Namek, this is a few people pulling.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Wow, I'm glad that was perfect timing on that. I was going to see about getting some more things running. Loki blueprints. Oh, is that another frame? So I have the whole blueprint for it, or do I need a bunch of parts for it too?
The operator. I wonder what they say.
Okay, I'll add that when I get you set up, Namek, no problem. Frost systems over on... It's just like really expensive or something. Loki. Okay, so I need a chassis, neuroptics, and systems. I guess maybe we can try to do that next episode. Okay, so future Marstead. Here's the start of a ton of notes. Maybe ask chat to help you track down the pieces of Loki so that you have another frame to switch to, because this one's about to max already. God, there's a lot to talk about. I don't think you have a weapon. Maybe we'll make this heat sword so that you have something. Let's double check, because you just maxed the bow, so we need to switch to a new melee weapon here. You have plenty of primary weapons. You're about to max the kunai, and you don't have a pistol, but you're currently crafting a Kraken pistol, so make sure you pick that up. You can use the Cronus, but I'll go ahead and start researching the heat blade, so you have another one, since you'll probably max both of them. Loki drops from Neptune, the next planet. You're probably going to want to get to Neptune for a couple of reasons, right? Because we said Neptune both contains the pieces for Loki, and it also has a meta credit farm, and you need credits to make all this stuff. You probably need to do some credit farming to buy things from the marketplace. So come in here, check out this to confirm everything that you built next time. New quest Nata. Do the new quest called Nata, maybe right when you load in. Do your current frame, you're almost done with it, but the current idea is that you press 2 puts on a shield that makes you reduce damage taken and damage enemies around you. 4 makes a big glass wall around you, and then you have to press 4 again to deroot yourself, and then 1 to shatter the shield and damage everyone around that. You have not put mods on your frame or your Burston, which is already almost maxed. So do that when you sign in, and do that on the Cronus as well, your new sword. Nata is the MSQ? Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Yeah, so you actually have reached story after 25 hours. Congratulations. Go do the Nata quest. And I think I've listed everything that's important for next time. Thanks for watching, folks. I'll let you know what's coming up next.